The Qing, this was our protagonist, a drop hunter, better known as Qing. A hunter known as the weakest and most useless hunter of all. He has a job as a garbage collector in this world. He is always tired because his goal is to save money to pay for the medical expenses of his sister who is in the hospital. With no way out, thinking that he should do something, a light appears. Because on a bus, a guy appears commenting that they will be cleaning the dungeon of a very high-ranking portal. Seeking the unique opportunity, he embarks on it, and in the end he enters a very high-ranking portal for the first time. But what our big boy least expected was that inside he would get into a lot of trouble. But his goal was always one thing, to kill the monsters. But he was weak. How was he going to do that? Simple. He would grab the weakest items he had and give the last blow. His goal was to kill the monsters at the end, because that way he would be gaining some extra XP for himself. And after doing this 1 or 3 times, near some very arrogant hunters, he gets what he wanted so much. The level up, he just reached level 1. However, what he was hoping for, which was to awaken our system, didn't end up happening right here now, because he ended up awakening as a level 1 hunter. The other hunter even thought he would awaken with a very high rank. But no, and that makes him laugh in his face a little. But what he least expected was that he got a recycling skill. What he could be doing with this skill was simple. The monsters he defeated, or other hunters defeated, he could be placing that in his dimension, and the system will be giving him the card and the ability that the monster has. And with this objective, he finishes the first dungeon, and with that, he manages to get the ox to go down a floor. But his objective was not just there, as he faced another dungeon finding another boss. This was the Blood Ox, who could easily take down anyone, but after a good fight with his very powerful companion, he finishes off this monster. After this fight he had with this monster, he knew that the next dungeons would be quite difficult. So he stops, and there he does some portions that help him a lot. But in the middle of the path he ends up meeting the blonde. This is a very important companion, as he managed to get him into the dungeon quite well. In this dungeon, the blood moon will be happening. When the blood moon is active, you can have double items, like rare equipment and many good things. But what he least expected was that this guy who dragged our protagonist into this dungeon would transform into the monster, even because his objective was to clear the dungeon so that he alone could be taking everything that was inside for himself. But after awakening our dear true system, and with the help of our 1010 singer, he manages to finish this guy off. And after he finishes him off, he goes out for a bit to have some cachaça or iced tea, because now our 10 out of 10 singer is interested in joining our protagonist's group. But there's one thing he doesn't want to have at the moment. But there was something going on there. He knew that this guy would be very useful on his team, so he ends up coming up with a strategy to keep him on his team. But while all this was happening, our scene cuts to another location, here in the Abyss, where our protagonist was, before we observe some people appearing here, our demonetization. This ends up appearing commenting that there appeared the people there to investigate what just happened inside that dungeon. So researching a lot, they ended up discovering some bodies of people that were difficult to identify, but after so much research, they discovered moreover, they end up discovering that their leader ended up becoming a monster due to the corruption of the Abyss, and now he has already been treated according to what they should do, and also discovered that additional colors were added there, and we also discovered that that traitor from before ended up kind of being found too, only not so well since they ended up kind of fighting the blondie turning into a monster, fought against that traitor, and in the end, he ended up not having that end so good, and then just with the factor they ended up kind of failing, they realized they made a mistake. Behind appears A, so their plan ended up failing. Well, to say it failed was not so big, since they managed to turn that guy into a monster, but it was a total mistake to give such great power to him. But now that it failed, they should be now, at the moment, looking for other people with the same Daniel as the one with the yellow hair. There had only, while they were thinking about it, the scene is already cut to another place, since in a hospital we observed there, in a room further back, someone apologizing and he was a mean father, and he ended up kind of doing this to, be able to save himself, so in hand, he ends up putting a key to open an abyss. He needed to do this again, but this time he will do it right. So he opens that portal, a portal then ends up being opened inside the hospital. Inside that hospital, we observe a crack appearing dirty lightning from there. The people below get scared and do not understand why something like this was happening here soon. Then another extra appears looking in front of the portal. Now he understands what that was. It was an abyss portal that decided I don't know out of nowhere to appear in the middle of the hospital. Now then he shouts to call to get in touch there for the officers to take care of the monsters and the beast. Everything only in another place. We observe some little boys running, but he asks his sister not to look back. Run without thinking many things here. They needed to run as fast as possible. Since behind appeared the scorpion monster that then attacks him, that almost gets our hero only. He dodges it, hitting the ground completely, falling there to another place only, also looking to another place. He ends up observing his sister being devoured there by this monster, only at this moment he ends up shouting and also ends up waking up after this little scare that just happened. Next, he starts to sweat cold and tries to look at what was happening. Guy next. All this, he ends up sleeping and thinks that this maybe was a dream again. These dreams were being repeated all the time in his head, but at this moment, he ends up grabbing his necklace and almost forgets the important things he needed to do soon. Then he ends up leaving. He goes to the place where they sell flowers. So at this moment, he approaches there the woman who sells flowers. He asks for Miss Zhang to deliver him the usual bouquet. She gets surprised to see that he showed up again since he was always here buying the bouquets to deliver to his little sister who was in the hospital. Well, they had a small unfortunate attack. But there she thinks that our protagonist was a good brother only, that she starts to notice other things since he changed haircut. So he starts to chat a bit, since when he would come here, a guy would appear in front of us out of nowhere and pulls him to his barber shop, and there he started to make some weird cuts, but here he would be able to choose already the bouquet of flowers that he wanted for himself. And so then after choosing for a little while his bouquet of flowers, he ends up following the path. But in the next moment he ends up seeing several trucks following the right path. Only that, while following the trucks, we observe there, the lady wondering why she was following towards the hospital, several police convoy trucks there. Not understanding why this. He then stops, but he understands that he was following towards the hospital where his sister was. He jumps and with all the power, he follows a specific direction, passing between the buildings. He ends up arriving at the place where he so much wanted to arrive. The police below asked to increase security since it was dangerous to let any kind of civilian enter inside this portal, but from above he appears, and at this moment he doesn't understand why an abyss portal was doing here in the middle of the city, so he ends up landing on the ground. He follows towards the portal, but at this moment the guard there tries to ask him to step back a bit, since he was just an ordinary person, and ordinary people shouldn't be doing anything here. He asks him to leave here, but he understands a moment later there that he wasn't an ordinary person, because a light emanated from our hero. Then he just lets this hero pass by him. He follows towards the portal while behind, he just watched the boy entering there little by little in the portal. But still, another officer appears scolding that guard there who let our hero enter the portal. He asks to pull our protagonist away from there, but he asks not to worry. This is a guy who came along with other people, only that he was a bit different from the people they saw before there. So it shouldn't be a good idea to mess already with our protagonist, understanding. He said it was all right. So there. So then he entering, he asks for her to wait, because his brother appeared here, just to be going there to help her. Inside this portal, and well, he will do everything to save his sister, who possibly is there inside the portal soon. Then our hero ends up entering that dimension. Upon entering this dimension, he ends up realizing that the portal ended up swallowing the hospital, transforming the place that was small into an extremely giant place. But now, looking closer, our protagonist can see cracks on the floor, which means that a type of squad of people has already come here and has already entered this place before him. But on the floor, there was an extremely expensive potion bottle, which meant that who was here inside was not a weak person or a strong person, but was a very rich person for being there inside. But he ends up picking up that bottle that was on the floor with that in hand. He asks that that bottle return to its previous form, that it return to the form that had a magical effect. Soon then the system appears commenting that the magic of the potion ended up returning, giving him 85% recovery of his MP, also giving recovery of his HP, but now looking at that bottle, he realizes that even alone he took control of the abyss. He realizes that the small zoo was in danger. So which means that he would be in danger too if they advanced. So before he can do anything, he needs to prepare as quickly as possible. So he ends up thinking about what he should do. Since looking ahead, he ends up finding many obstacles. Okay, not so many. Because in this place here, he only finds a totally giant abyss, but he uses one of his eyes there. The system gives some tips to our protagonist. He ends up kind of finding a point, but this point just ends up leading to a certain place. But, well, right, if he enters a totally wrong place, there is no way back. So he ends up noticing some marks on the floor. These marks were certainly from the hunters who entered here, which means that they entered there. So our MC, on the contrary, will enter through the other side of the door to be able to find certain people who were trapped inside this dimension. And so then opening a passage he enters. But entering, he is not so sure how long he will be taking to be able to find the certain things he is looking for here inside. But to do his research, he will be taking a long time to be able to explore these caves and these unknown places here. Well, and besides, our protagonist realizes that he needed to be as fast as possible, since a person like a human certainly would not be able to survive for a long time in this abyss here. So he needed in every way to hurry as quickly as possible to save the person or someone who was trapped inside this dungeon. And also in this place here, we observe the carpet that indicates that this place has never been visited, even the way back, which was swallowed by darkness, creating a barrier that prevents it. And today, we are going to continue with our gravedigger, and if you don't want to become a client of our gravedigger, just leave a like, because our story continues with him there opening his system a key that he managed to get earlier. But this thing here he asks to opening on the map, but the system says that it was not possible to find a specific place that he needed to find. More, the system ends up saying there that it was not possible to find the room he was looking for. At the moment, he realizes that even then the system was not enough to find his way out, and so, right, old man, he realizes there that the best idea was to just make some cracks so that he could manage to escape or enter. But at this moment, looking at this thing in front of him that was an entrance, nothing suspicious, he wonders if entering here he would definitely and 100% fall into a trap. No. It wouldn't be a good idea to enter, right? Because if he entered, he would die anyway. But it was very quiet here and so on, right? Too much silence. The danger was more constant. And sure enough, because behind our Qing, the monster and the boss appears. Let this boss that just appeared already holds his strength in hand and with the goal of taking the title of Gravedigger from our protagonist. We observe him preparing to throw that scythe in his direction. However, his reflexes were on point because he managed to dodge that scythe. The scythe ends up stabbing with all its power into the ground after he dodged. He ends up giving a few pushes backward. Minutes later, he gives a push forward and crosses this boss with his dagger, cutting the thing in half. The system appears saying that it was still not enough because the little thing was managing to recover its life. Looking back, he now realizes that this monster was immune to physical attacks, so he didn't know what to do. The steps were touched on the ground, but the monster then throws in his direction a powerful H that makes him feel power. He covers his ears because we observed that the state of that was of death, so he should prepare. And if by chance he hadn't covered his ears before, he would certainly be already deaf, so he made a good idea covering it, but he underestimated the danger of the abyss. And the abyss now recognized him as a threat. But what he is facing at the moment is a monster of rules. And he remembered one thing, that he managed to find a creature like this here 3 years ago in the past. We observe him there fallen on the ground carrying some crystals to take outside. But it was at this moment that he ends up observing some mysterious things appearing behind those rocks. Well, those rocks end up becoming some sphinxes in the end. Smiling. He ends up thinking that it wasn't good, but priorities, He should be collecting those things he was aiming to take outside. He was a little scared, but it was just some statues. He goes back to doing what he was doing since he couldn't lose any of those crystals. But at this moment, as he was picking them up, those statues were getting closer and closer to him. He ends up feeling a pressure behind him, so he quickly turns around. Turning around, he sees the statues. At that moment, they smiled, but they emitted a smile similar to the other statues we saw once in a lifetime, right? But now that he turned around, he realized that these statues moved, because now, minutes ago, he discovered that these statues were on top of some piles of stones. However, another trainee of these statues, since these creatures are monsters, some monsters that if you take your eyes off, you die. But the trainee asks him to stop looking at him. He asks him to keep an eye on the statues, not on him. And after a while, he realized one of the things that in this abyss exists. Some certain rules, some certain logical rules that monsters of the highest level or of low level have to follow. These were the stone statues of sorrow in front of our hero, and they are rank S creatures, but generally they do not attack people who have recent job changes. However, their rule is this: if you looked at this creature, you cannot take your eyes off it anymore, because if you do, these S-class monsters will certainly hunt you down for the rest of your life. So here, they needed to get out of this marble, but they cannot take their eyes off this monster, because if they do, they will be chased by it, and it will kill them. So he wonders what the intern is doing, asks him to follow only his tips because they might be able to get out, as they needed to look at these statues at the same time. And so it is said he follows there to the back, advancing while looking at the statues. They remained frozen there, but at that moment, we see them walking. But it was accidentally, right? Since he ends up stumbling over a box that was on the ground, and he falls, throwing everything into the air. The statues that were frozen start to move, but they move happily with their mouths open towards the two. The two, realizing they would die if they stayed there, quickly get up. But the intern ends up noticing that in front of him there was a lever. He quickly runs towards it and grabs and pulls it down with all his strength. The statue's arm was almost grabbing him, but it broke in half because that door goes through that thing there. So at this moment, he ends up on the ground falling. He was quite exhausted from trying to run from such a dangerous statue. But now he looks at our hero and realizes that he was quite lucky to have managed to escape those statues, since interns and people like them never managed to escape from monsters like these. But although they are just some trash pickers or moths inside these raids, they end up gaining quite a bit of experience. This was good, so back to the present, he comments that even though they are a type of laborer, they should not be judged so quickly. So he imbues his hand with a type of magic. His magic here would possibly be enough to defeat this monster, since its weakness could possibly be that. So with that, he shouts his skill to be activated, a big explosion of flames. But at the moment he was going to do this, he notices something strange happening. His hand turned green, and he doesn't understand what it is. However, those flames got hot in his hand. He was quite sad to see that he was not using this skill at its maximum level, and was also quite embarrassed to see that his only magic attack was fire dominance. But now it was too late. The monster was already behind him. He couldn't do anything. What he thought was then, he widened his eyes. In front of him appeared the wolf card he had collected before. At this moment, he uses that card to advance a little backward. The boss simply passes by him, using its strength at this moment. So, wiping the blood from his mouth, he starts thinking of a good strategy to win, since his winning strategy was to play against the system. The system was there fighting to help this boss, and besides that, he needed to advance as quickly as possible to the next floors. He couldn't stay here wasting time with this annoying boss, but while thinking about this, the boss attacks him, but he quickly uses the wolf card, jumping up. He saved himself for a few minutes, but the boss quickly runs toward him. He almost gets caught, but he pulls out his dagger and quickly defends against its attack. Now that he managed to defend against the first attack, he widens his eyes, seeing that here he can be defending against the boss's attacks. He then has a chance to easily defeat him. After a good amount of research here, He finally understood the rules and mechanism of this boss. This creature here ends up kind of just attacking other things. It's only when someone uses something like magic or moves back and forth that the boss will definitely attack you with everything. But the main problem now is the strength. The strength there doesn't even fit into these crazy rules of this weird dungeon system. But still, he has a chance to defeat him. So, after receiving the attack from that foe, he turns in its direction and, getting closer with his daggers, he makes some cuts. The cuts worked, since now what will work on this monster are some physical attacks. Soon his theory is confirmed as the monster attacking him gets immobilized. The monster could no longer do anything here since, at that moment, we observed that the monster was evaporated by him. He remains still on the ground, just watching the monster disappear. But out of nowhere, something appears. The main monster from within a portal. Now that this second form appeared before him, he wonders if this thing is its real body, or if what just appeared was a second clone or a mutation of it. But this thing intrigued him. He wanted to discover more about this boss. Then, the boss starts emanating a gigantic aura, engulfing our hero into its dimension. But after that scream affected his hearing, he realizes that his vision was also slightly affected. He couldn't see much, so he thinks he should deactivate the blood clone. But this would only vary his health, and besides, he needed mana since reusing that clone costs a lot of mana. While he was thinking about his strategies to defeat the boss ended up attacking, launching 2 cuts in his direction, and Qing ended up getting hit directly. But he couldn't just react to it. He would have to avoid as many blows as possible. In fact, he had already found an assassin that couldn't be defeated by its attributes. So possibly, he could defeat this thing in front of him. To end the fight once and for all, he activates that card from the plant board. That card allows him to regenerate completely. Now his deafness returns to normal, and the healing light falls over Qing. At this moment, he needed to recover his health so he wouldn't die in a single blow from that boss. But at that moment, a light appears. The healing light, and this was enough to make the boss shiver with fear. He was surprised to see that the boss only trembled with fear from just a small light. Then, discovering that perhaps the weak point of this boss is the light, he now has a chance to defeat it. He puts a flame in his hand. The boss and he end up smirking. At this moment, the flame in his hand keeps growing more and more. But then he spreads the flames from his hand all over his body, and the fire increases more and more. But the fire was burning him completely. However, he needed to endure all this since things were finally getting interesting, and he couldn't lose this opportunity. But the fire was burning him a lot, so he needed to end the fight as quickly as possible. At that moment, he runs with all the power in his legs towards the boss. But the boss also runs in another direction to stay away from Qing. But in reality, the demon spirit fears the flames, or because the flames there are a force of life that in the end was just an innocent soul that died in the fire. However, the element of fire was a curse. If he did not, he could be passing the ball from close range. He needed to seize this opportunity. He needed to pass the hot ball to the next player since it was getting quite hot. At this point, he used a card, but this card was from the wolf that gives a boost to our King. So with that, he used that skill, allowing him to reach the boss. He was a fireball, and the fireball needed to stop for the next. However, the next was the boss. He either grabbed it with all his strength or didn't let it go. He shouted for this boss to die once and for all so he could take its attributes. So at this point, he shouted for it to explode, and it exploded, completely blowing up the boss in that place. After the explosion, we saw the boss being roasted in another place. We saw King falling to the ground. At this moment, the system appeared commenting that King had finally managed to defeat a higher-level demonic demon. However, he had only defeated one of them, but he needed to defeat 10 of them. So the system appeared commenting that at this moment, Yek was at risk of dying and could not use any skills or weapons. But this was the price of victory. To regenerate that thing that was his hand, he would be waiting for a while since that regeneration sobriety needed a few minutes waiting for it to be reactivated, but he got up quickly and tried to put out the fire of the boss because he needed the remains of the boss so that our devouring system could collect it and give him the boss's skill. So quickly, he ended up collecting those remains. This thing pulled those things into his system at that moment. So he ended up getting an artifact, a super helper. But this thing was a demonic spirit that he could summon. Summoning it could start a harvest of forces that would deal 5 times more damage to opponents. But if the harvest was defeated, it would return to the host's soul and additionally recover 5% of the life. That was not all, since this thing also gave our hero another skill. This was the only hop where you could be immune to any physical attack or any type of obstacle that appeared. If the attack did not cause death, the user would receive the same amount of damage as the spirit had received. And to avoid selling these things, it also prevented him from selling them since it would bind him to his soul. But this was the first time he received a different card, since it was the first time he received a card linked to his soul. The collection blade is something that can collect the souls of monsters fallen on the ground, so it can recover the main host's mana. Moreover, this thing can use any type of soldier on the ground to increase its strength and deal much more damage than initially. But the skill was good, though the cost of the artifact was that if the attack was not to kill the target, he would receive the same damage that was dealt. However, if he missed the attack, he would certainly die. Additionally, the door in front of him was turned off, allowing him to advance to the next thing in front of him. What it would be, we do not know, but before he could advance, he was already recovering his sister from that monster. He activated his regeneration, fully recovering his body. Now the clothes were recovered, and he asked Shozu to stay calm since his sister was going to be recovered, while Qing was more than ready to advance in a direction where he would possibly find his sister in a not-so-good condition. We then observe a somewhat different scene. We saw that other people were also captured by these bosses that appeared suddenly in the hospital. However, those guys were basically being stocked there as if they were food while that creature was cracking others. We saw a teddy bear behind, but this teddy bear belonged to someone. Meanwhile, a bucket was thrown with things that I will not summarize. We observed a mysterious shadow there. Well, we observe a mysterious shadow over there in the background. This mysterious shadow was Zawu, the sister of our hero, but at this moment she was holding the bottle. However, now that Shizu held this bottle, she thinks of a strategy. And after the strategy is well executed, it ends up attracting the attention of this ugly orc here, who ends up laughing in the direction of the noise that just fell back there a little while ago. She, from behind, observes the dumb creature following the noise she made just now. Meanwhile, she simply jumps over some sacks that were lying around. She needed to get closer to some certain things. At this moment, she ends up falling, but she fell in the direction where the thing she was looking for was. But while she was thinking of doing this, she ends up putting her hand on her head because she accidentally hit her head hard on the ground there. However, now she got what she wanted. That thing she wanted was her teddy bear Shozu. So she quickly looks in its direction, and now she intends to pick up her little brother. Moreover, no one would be bullying him. But as she extends her hand to grab that teddy bear, we observe a foot of the monster that, in the end, stepped on Xiaozuk's teddy bear. From there on, we observe the monster now face to face with her, having a somewhat surprising encounter with ex-Shozu. At this moment, the monster then begins to growl loudly in the direction of Shozu. Our story will soon continue after that girl trips and falls to the ground. Well, she can't walk, but we then observe the monster attacking him. The monster raises the stained one while she begs for her big brother to appear and save her. But it was already too late because we see the monster attacking him. However, just as it was about to grab her, we see a sword piercing through the creature. The creature is cut in half, and the girl is slightly startled by that brutal scene from a moment ago. Raiming is a rather powerful knight who then notices a girl lying on the ground. The girl is happy to see that a hunter was in front of her, but the hunter quickly ignores her. Yet, as he advances, the girl asks him to help her get out of that place. as she is also looking for her brother. The knight ends up stopping and asks her to hide since the monsters have been defeated, and if she really wants to follow him, it's likely that she will die, as she needs to stay alive until our protagonist appears. She needed to see Ye Qing because it was a promise. So, we go back 7 years, where our hero discovers that she can no longer walk. It was also a miracle that her body could still keep her standing. He understands that perhaps from now on, she won't be able to stand as she used to because the doctor also comments that the damage was basically to the spine, which is almost irreversible. A cure for that, however, was theoretically possible. What that means is that there is a cure, not theoretically, you can cure her, not with the science they have, but in the abyss, since by chance the disease that caused his sister's leg paralysis was basically caused by the monster. So the answer lies in the abyss, which could mean that he might be able to cure her, or maybe not. The abyss might hold the cure for Ye Qing's sister's disease, and he wonders if he has the ability to enter it. The doctor says that those who can enter it are people who manage to change jobs. If by any chance he can't change his ego, he would just be an idiot inside the abyss who would easily die to any monster in there. But the doctor said not to worry too much about those things, as they were impossible to happen. It was better to worry about the medical expenses, which would be quite expensive. Our hero clearly understands what needs to be done, so he agrees and says goodbye to the doctor. The doctor also asks him to pay everything on time. While walking around, others say that maybe they were talking about him, but well, he was the guy who basically had a sister with a rather rare disease. On top of that, we also discovered that their parents died, but this wasn't something to feel sad about. He then smiles and enters the room where his sister is. Exu asks our hero where he was, and he responds that he was there talking to the doctors. But before he can leave, he asks her to stay calm because the cure she needs, he will find it. But he will find it inside the abyss. The abyss may be a dangerous place, but for him, it may not be so dangerous since in there, he might get everything he desires. Well, since our protagonist isn't that foolish, he will be following the others, which means he will have an extra shield. So he is already leaving, but before he goes, he kind of turns back and ends up handing his sister a gift. It was that bear she dropped before, so she could use that bear to protect herself when in danger. Moreover, she asks him not to die because he is the only one left in the family. Anyway, he will be able to find a cure for his sister, even if he enters a dangerous place. She asks one thing of him, that he promises her that he will basically come back safe, come back alive, and so he promises his sister that she won't be getting into trouble, and also if by chance she stays inside this abyss, for sure her brother will be coming in here as well. She doesn't want her brother to enter the abyss to die. All right. Since she's being so stubborn, he will do what she asked, helping her get out. But if by chance something happens to her, he doesn't ask her to blame him for what happened to her. And also, after placing her in the wheelchair, he says that if a monster shows up, it's him against the monster, and he doesn't care. He's going to follow his plans, which was just to do something there that needed to be done. So then he introduces himself again. He was rooming somewhere else. Then we observe our hero who was walking more than just fine, but while walking, he kept those doubts in his mind. If he used those potions he creates on his sister, would it cure her? But he also discovered other things. Things that are created inside the dangos by him can't heal a body that is beyond the abyss. So if you enter the abyss with a burn on your face or somewhere, you can't use potions to heal. If by chance this rule wasn't working, for sure he would have already found a cure for his sister so as not to close the zoo. So here, moving forward, he discovers that something was happening ahead. He finds several soldiers all defeated, and he discovers that a monstrous fight took place here against some strong person and against these guards. But looking to one side and the other, he realizes he didn't find a single survivor. Perhaps someone managed to escape. But looking in another direction, he finds something that leaves him quite surprised. Here he finds a boss that was split in half. Looking through the system's eye, he discovers that no magic was used here. He is surprised to see that the one who defeated this monster here only used brute force because we observe in the background that there were only people who were caught inside that hospital. But now that he saw the difference in power, he realizes that this guy was on a totally different level than he was, something that leaves Ye Qing here quite excited at the moment. But while he was basically more than excited there by the encounter with this hunter to see his strength, the scene is cut again to that hunter and our hero's sister, who, while walking, we observe him stopping out of nowhere. Lights appear in the background, but quickly that light flies towards him, hitting him squarely, leaving our hero's sister totally in distress. She screamed in fear, thinking the hunter ended up dying, but no, the hunter just started cracking as if he were a stone. Some sort of rock cracking. She just asks him if everything was hurting, but then he turns to her and asks her to hide because in front, some bosses appeared, like a monster from 4 years ago, also one there with a very high class that, well, wouldn't be weak. One of the companions, possibly of this guy here, was in the hands of that boss, so now that was in the boss's hand, the boss simply moves his hand to the side, tearing off the beast's coconut while it was being destroyed. We observe in the background the silhouettes of some people advancing a bit. We find there a knight who was just watching the fight from another place. We just observe a guy who was neither rich nor strong. This guy, instead of praising the guy there who sacrificed himself, simply goes down on him, saying they were idiots. He pays a high amount of money to these guys, and they were afraid of these monsters. The guy keeps complaining, saying he paid more than double for them. They are basically something that spent almost all the money to be there, so they couldn't complain. They are criminals. Moreover, they are in a pretty good state, which means they aren't in life. They are guys who take on missions that don't have much chance of survival, so they charge double the original price to do difficult missions, impossible missions. 100,000 points. This is the credit points he is giving to someone who kills the Overlord. No, 100,000 points is too little. He will give 200,000 points to whoever kills the Overlord first, leaving the hunters surprised and happy with all this money. And soon the hunters receiving this order were to be on alert. But the guy back there says that even if they don't manage to kill him, they will be earning 50,000 credits. That was enough already. But saying there that he will pay 200,000 points to the first one who kills this Overlord, they all go to above. But the Overlord, who then observes these hunters approaching, already activates a skill of his. His skill allows the zombies below to become much stronger, but 250,000 was the thing that came to the minds of the hunters who attacked these mummies. Anyway, they attacked in pairs, alone, but nothing they did mattered, because with just a small roar from this giant mummy, it caused 2 hunters who tried their luck to be torn in half with its claw. However, that hunter from before, who was a bit hesitant, afraid of fighting against this mummy, gets the courage to attack the mummy. But the mummy prepares itself to defend. It prepares a punch and lashes out with all the power it has in its hand at our hunter's face, which causes the hunter to be thrown a bit far away. But the mummy stops and starts preparing again. But at this moment, we observe that billionaire who was nearby, shouting for them to help and save him from there, because this monster was in front of him and was already preparing to attack him too. He asks them to remember that he paid for their lives, so he didn't care if someone else died in his place. At this moment, that hunter who got punched in the face ends up gaining motivation, and then he goes after the mummy that was basically focused on that billionaire. With his sword in hand, he takes it and throws it in its direction, which ends up hitting its midsection, and the cut he just made on this mummy was already enough for him to kill the creature. The drop then falls. At that moment, a chest falls to the ground. Something comes out from the top, but that billionaire pushes the hunter aside and says for him to get out of there since the chest was his. The other thing, he could take it. Moreover, he said that the payment would now be double. He said that he was practically a dead man anyway, and why he wanted money. He then finishes opening the chest, saying that with this chest, it was very likely he would be the richest man in the world. At this moment, he opens the chest, and a light comes out from inside the chest, leaving him wide-eyed, but at this moment, he puts his hand inside the chest and sees that the chest was empty. Where's the thing he wanted? Besides, He put in a lot of effort to get here, but suddenly he starts to feel something. He couldn't breathe. The hunter in the background thought he was acting strangely to avoid paying his debt, and here we find out that it was a sand curse, and he discovers that the thing he just opened was a cursed chest. And from afar, he realizes he was hit. It was the Jewel of Kata, which could be used by him or not. But it all depends on him. Also, this thing was an immortal crystal, an artifact that transforms him into an immortal creature. However, he is warned that if he uses it, he will be losing some emotions. But in return, he gains immortality. And now he has become something that cannot die. Our hero's sister wonders if he really is sand or something like that, and also what kind of curse he was caught in. But he ignores her. She then called his attention and wonders why he was ignoring her all this time. Meanwhile, while she was talking about it, the scene is cut to another place, where a war was happening between some blue monsters and a single man. And Ye Qing was the only guy fighting against these monsters, but quickly, he was cutting down each one of them with just one strike. Before, he randomly allocated points into his stats, which means he was basically weaker than he should have been stronger. But before he can enter the next room, he'll have to be careful, because he still doesn't know what information his system has, and moreover, he doesn't know that much about the next room's information, since he hasn't placed the points perfectly in his stats, which won't allow him to be as strong as he should be. But for now, he was strong, because these blue monsters were trying their luck, but each of them ended up falling to Ye Qing's blade. At this moment, he saw that he also needed to finish these creatures as quickly as possible. They kept attacking but never stopped. However, while he was thinking about ending the game, he receives a message from the system saying that his mana was at 5%. He was running out, and he couldn't do more than nothing from now on. Right? He knew he couldn't be using so much mana, but even so, he should finish this fight as quickly as possible because these blue monsters were basically causing him problems. So now he will be going out with pure punches. Besides, he needs to boost his stats later because fighting hand-to-hand against the monster will be difficult here. But even so, he defeats any monster with just one blow. But even though he goes through several rooms, this never ends. His mana was already at its maximum, and was running out, and his fatigue was also at its peak. He might not be able to go through many raids alone, and he also couldn't use his potions, because at this moment he realizes that he might be using those potions at other times. So, he runs again towards these blue monsters, and with his bare hand, he punches the monsters' faces, quickly destroying them. Some are super resilient, but even so he finishes them off, ripping off their heads. After he finished these monsters, he lands on the ground. After landing on the ground, he then uses one of his artifacts. This was the Reaper's card. This was an ability that causes a lot of collateral damage, one of the main reasons why our Ye Qing doesn't use this little thing by his side to fight monsters. Because we soon discover that this monster here was so powerful with just one hit, it manages to go through these blue monsters. The skeleton attacked any monster, and any monster caught by it was quickly destroyed. But also, the good thing about this little thing of his is that it also manages to heal the host. In short, it manages to recover his fatigue, his mana to the maximum in total. We see below that he was full. So that was the reason he hadn't used those potions he saved there yet. But at this moment, we observe that Ye Qing found something on the ground much better. He stepped on something and he sees glasses. He wonders whose they are. Then he turns to the side where he finds a guy inside the barrel. He asks this guy to come out. Otherwise, well, he asks him to stop too because he was going to come out. He was a human. Besides, he was looking for his glasses. He wonders if he saw them. He saw and then handed over the glasses he lost to this stranger. And here we are introduced to this guy. He was Ye Qing-san, one of the doctors who ended up being sent to this dungeon before. He was in his room, but out of nowhere, he appeared inside this dungeon. And also, he was so scared of encountering a monster that out of nowhere he decided to hide until someone found him to help him get out of this dungeon. However, we discover there that he was just another survivor, and then he comments that maybe there were still more people, like people with disabilities, missing limbs, or something like that. Our hero approaches and asks himself why he stayed hidden. The doctor said that he was a doctor, not a professional who fought against monsters. It was quite likely that if he encountered a monster, he would die. And it was also obvious that if he had power, he would fight the monster, and he wouldn't stay hidden inside a chest here. So, he wonders if he came to save him. Lionheart, most likely, it was that organization that sent him here to help him get out of this place. He is happy. Well, helping him get out of here, he no longer cares about what will happen here. He wonders about Lionheart. He recognizes it. This was what our song 1010 found there before. He found it on the ground. He said he remembers that this was a symbol of a very powerful guild in the world. But looking closer at this thing, he realizes that to enter this guild, one had to be very strong. Only the strongest entered this guild. But as he continues ahead, the doctor calls him, wondering if he would be following this path. And he also asks why he would follow that path ahead. Then the doctor says for him not to waste his time because ahead, it was quite likely he'd only find people who were poor and also people who would be saved, and they would basically give everything they had, but they had almost nothing. But our Prag interrupts. He says no, he wouldn't save almost anyone, but quite likely, yes, he would. But his main objective was to save his sister, who was at the end of this dungeon. Saving his sister? Well, that wasn't something he'd hear anytime soon. He realizes that he didn't come to save him, and he wonders who this guy was. He reveals that he was a trash picker, and furthermore, even if he was a strong trash picker, he wouldn't save trash like him. So he advances to look for his sister, now that he said he would search and would find her no matter what. He would now be moving forward more than ever, but his goal was still to find her, though to continue, to be able to find her up ahead. Continuing the story from the last chapter, our hero approaches and asks himself why he stayed hidden. The doctor said that he was a doctor, not a professional who fought against monsters. It was quite likely that if he encountered a monster, he would die, and it was also obvious that if he had power, he would fight the monster, and he wouldn't stay hidden inside a chest here. So, he wonders if he came to save him. Lionheart, most likely, it was that organization that sent him here to help him get out of this place. He is happy. Well, helping him get out of here, he no longer cares about what will happen here. He wonders about Lionheart. He recognizes it. This was what our song 1010 found there before. He found it on the ground. He said he remembers that this was a symbol of a very powerful guild in the world. But looking closer at this thing, he realizes that to enter this guild, one had to be very strong. Only the strongest entered this guild. But as he continues ahead, the doctor calls him, wondering if he would be following this path. And he also asks why he would follow that path ahead. Then the doctor says for him not to waste his time because ahead, it was quite likely he'd only find people who were poor and also people who would be saved, and they would basically give everything they had, but they had almost nothing. But our Prag interrupts. He says no, he wouldn't save almost anyone, but quite likely, yes, he would. But his main objective was to save his sister, who was at the end of this dungeon. Saving his sister? Well, that wasn't something he'd hear anytime soon. He realizes that he didn't come to save him, and he wonders who this guy was. He reveals that he was a trash picker, and furthermore, even if he was a strong trash picker, he wouldn't save trash like him. So he advances to look for his sister, now that he said he would search and would find her no matter what. He would now be moving forward more than ever, but his goal was still to find her, though to continue, to be able to find her up ahead. Our story today will continue with Qing completely ignoring the doctor he had found, and at this moment, Qing was already approaching a portal that was in front of him. However, the doctor, who had been there for quite some time, had already figured out a few things. If by chance Qing proceeded through that place, he wouldn't get anywhere, since it would only lead him deeper into a labyrinth, and it's quite likely that if he kept going, he'd find a branching path. This means he would get completely lost. But since the doctor had been there for a while, he could guide Qing to his sister, and then Qing could help the doctor get out. That would be a fair trade, unless, of course, he didn't care and wasn't willing to guide Qing to where his sister was. Still, Yi King completely ignored this guy. But since the doctor wasn't answered, he took that as a yes. So he started guiding Yi King to the place where he could get close to his sister. At that moment, the two entered the portal in front of them after the doctor fully entered it, with Yi King following right behind. Once Yi King entered after the doctor began asking him a few things. The first question was which castle group he belonged to, but Yi King curtly replied that he wasn't affiliated with any castle group, independent of which. This was quite crazy, given that in this world you needed to be strong, and working alone was good, but becoming a hunter solo was quite difficult. After all, by becoming a hunter, it's likely that powerful groups would hunt you down to bring you into a team. One of these teams could be the Lionheart House or Cloud Peak. These are the groups that pay extremely high salaries for professional hunters to join their team. But who knows? After leaving this dungeon, the doctor might introduce Yi King to a strong group that would offer him good rewards. However, our hero was already getting irritated with this guy. He said he came here only to hunt for his sister. It was noble, but he didn't want to know anything else. The only thing he wanted to find at the moment was our Zia. If by chance the doctor wanted to stay in a group, it would be better for him to stay quiet. But Zia, when he mentioned her name, the doctor began sweating, cold sweat. Here, we get some memories of this guy. Someone had shown him a poster of two people who could be part of some very dangerous experiments. But according to the record, both individuals were minors. But this guy told himself not to worry too much, since the families of these two children didn't have the financial means to fight back. One of them is our Zia, who only has her brother. Her brother is just an ordinary guy who works as a garbage collector in the abysses. He works day and night to earn even a little money to pay for his sister's treatment. But who knows? He might die in those dungeons. And the other one, the other poster, was our Lixu. Her father had been released from prison recently and hadn't been able to find a job. Paying the bills wouldn't be possible. But even though they lived such miserable lives, how could he convince their families to agree to these bizarre ideas? What kind of persuasion would that be? He could tell them that they couldn't refuse this proposal, since if they did, it's likely that the girl would become a burden to her family. And he already had an idea of how to say it. Her father didn't have a job, supporting her treatment would be difficult, and even though her father hadn't visited her in quite some time, it would basically... The reason is that he already considered her a burden to his family. And as for her, he basically thinks about how his brother would risk his life every day there, life in the dungeon, to get money to make her treatments progress, since his greatest wish was for him to be safe. She could be accepting a proposal without refusing. She accepts it, but what was the proposal? It was a proposal where she would be thrown into a cauldron, basically about that, where she would undergo a special treatment. In the end, she could perhaps turn into a monster, or maybe be cured of this disease she has. So, the two, hearing this, and seeing that they could basically be getting the cure so she wouldn't become a burden and a weight to the family, both end up proposing themselves as a test subject. One of them says she just wants to be able to walk again so she can become a very powerful person in the future, so she won't become a burden to her brother. The other just says the same thing. She didn't want to be a burden to her father. The arrogant weirdo here says they are good kids, and all that was necessary was just to sign a paper. So, after signing, the scene cuts to them inside a cauldron. They were inside, and the experiments were starting. The scientist next to our hero, these societal trash may have small values, maybe some values that could benefit the upper echelon in the future. And he even says, "You did well, huh?" Managing to convince these two to become test subjects. But nothing different could happen in here, because the only thing he hopes for the most is that the two could possibly break their power limiter, and with that, they would both be able to evolve a little more, gaining more power for themselves. However, he would be able to take a small percentage of their cells, and with that, he could sell it for hundreds or even billions of years to other people so that others in the future could become stronger. That was already part of his contribution to society. And from another place, then, we see a scientist with a vial of something different in hand. This thing was something that could make his test start. He takes it and places it in a bag of blood that was there, where his test begins to evolve by itself. At that moment, when that thing was injected into that blood bag, the thing starts to stick to the girl, and she begins to transform. At that moment, she screams in pain. At that moment, the guy who was near our hero before wonders what could have gone wrong there. Then another scientist in the background says that the abyssal cells are rejecting her, which means that the system couldn't even find a drop of power inside her. And from all that, they discovered that the injection of the abyssal stem cells failed in her. She transforms into something completely horrific, and it's very likely that the girl didn't survive for long there. But the guy who was near our hero tells them not to worry too much. She might have died. But he doesn't care much about her, since that girl could be easily discarded, because there is still another person who could be used as a background for his test. But at that moment, that scientist says someone was making noise outside. She points at a monitor and says that guy came to this place to say something. This was the prisoner who had been arrested before, but he was also the father of the girl who was turned into that horrific thing inside. But the scientist next to our hero says to bring that guy in so he can firsthand see the experiment that happened with her. So he goes there and calls him in. He then obeys the orders and wonders if the experiment went perfectly well. At that moment, the scientist next to our hero kind of introduces himself, saying that in front of him was his daughter, the daughter who was participating in those bizarre experiments. He still hasn't seen how she turned out. He then presents her here to him. He is left without a reaction at that moment and says that some errors occurred, right, old man? But this unfortunately happens in the world of science, but yeah, they might be recovering. Maybe they have another guinea pig still at hand. Well, at this moment he attacks this guy, saying he was trash, a burden to humanity for what he did to his daughter, and that basically destroyed everything he thought about life. Now he prefers to destroy everything, but the most ignorant scientist in the world stands up and says that a guy who was useless wonders why they couldn't be using part of what came from him to help society evolve. Besides, the experiment was going almost well, and the debt he was reviewing for the hospital was basically paid off. Moreover, they would be giving him some extra money. He said he didn't want that because for him, money doesn't buy the happiness he had there beside his daughter. At that moment, he comments that this guy was a murderer, that he didn't just want money, he wanted his daughter back since this was an experiment happening. Only a doctor could be here. He asks the guards to remove this guy, soon being taken away by other guards. He asks him to stop doing this and bring his daughter back to the world, or he would be doing the same thing he did to his daughter. But well, ignoring everything that had already happened, he wonders what was happening with the sister of our hero. He wonders if everything was going well, and also if something went wrong with the sister of our hero. They wouldn't need to worry because he was just a level 1 garbage collector. But now everything returns to normal. But as things return to normal, he wonders if he knows his sister by any chance, knowing that if he revealed anything, he would die for sure. He lies, saying that maybe she is in the infirmary next door. But that guy from earlier says that the sister of our hero was just a garbage collector. He wonders what happened, why this guy here is so strong. But he thinks it was just an illusion, and he even thinks it was an illusion. But if all of this is real, he's totally screwed. Because the girl who is considered the sister of our hero was the one he pushed earlier into the pile of monsters, which allowed him to escape alone, and so they follow the path in silence. But Qing, ahead, wonders if he by any chance forgot the route, but scared. Knowing he can't reveal what happened to his sister, he makes up a new excuse that he was quite worried about his sister since if she got hurt, or if a monster appeared, she could receive a big wound, and if by chance that really happened, it would be better for him to run away. Well, if she died, he would definitely not get out of this game alive. He even starts crying with sadness, right? But what if our Qing finds out that his sister died? He could completely blame the Abyss monsters, and maybe with all of this, he could manage to escape or not even be checked out of this game. While he was thinking of strategies to get rid of our Qing, Qing starts looking intently in one direction ahead, which was a gate. After looking in that direction for a while, he notices something strange is going to happen to them. At that moment, he grabs that scientist who was guiding our Qing. After grabbing him by his collar, he pulls him back, but the moment he does that, a sword passes through. It was definitely going to hit him. At that moment, he saved his life. After the sword passed through, he realizes that this time it wasn't a demonic hour. So who could it be? Even the scientist wonders who it could be. And at that moment, that hunter appears. The one who was beside the sister of our King. He apologizes for realizing that he attacked people. He thought these people, I don't know, were wild monsters. But at that moment, he discovers that Director Song was around here, but well, he had received the commission from that billionaire from before, and here his objective was to rescue him. And well, we find out that our scientist was locked up for sure. He wonders if this guy really came here to help him, but I think because he almost tried to cut him in half. Qing is also surprised to see that people who always resolve to protect someone also decide to split the person they decided to protect in half. So yeah, I think he should have guessed that the enormous sword that had just passed in front of him was something similar to what he had seen before, like those cuts left behind. Most likely it was him. But since he had already, having reached the end of this dungeon with absolute certainty, Qing realizes that this guy was extremely powerful. At this moment, the hunter approaches our King and introduces himself as Ming. He was a mercenary who was paid in 2 installments. Although, some people from his team died inside the dungeon. Nothing changed at all. He would still have to receive double the money promised to these mercenary, double-paid mercenary. He had seen these guys before. These are the maniacs who travel through the abyss, risking their own lives for rewards greater than they imagined, and in the end, they might even receive rewards from their own team. So, our Sung here ends up asking Ming if he saw her, if he rescued her. He asks to be taken out of there immediately. But at this moment, our King grabs this guy by the collar again and tells him to wait since this guy had no intention of saving anyone here. That sword from before, which was thrown at him, was basically intended to kill anyone. Moreover, he had no intention of basically interrupting his mission, which was to guide Sung out of there. But he had a primary mission, which was to rescue his sister. So, he asks the hunter here if he happened to see his sister in the middle of this room. It's quite likely he managed to find a girl back there. At this moment, Qing asks him where this girl was. Sung, behind him, prays with all his life that this girl is alive. Otherwise, Sung will surely die along with these guys here. Then, at this moment, he throws something into Qing's hand. It was her favorite teddy bear. Well, he wonders where he found this teddy bear. At this moment, our Ming stands still and says that, well, she was adorable. But unfortunately, he couldn't. At this moment, Qing interrupts this guy, asking what really happened to her. Sung, once again, starts crying and says that now he's totally screwed, but maybe he's safe. Maybe in our Ming's hands. But Ming makes the situation worse. He says that, well, he was basically helping her out, but if a monster appeared, he wouldn't be doing anything, and that's what happened, right? Since he said he didn't care if she lived or died at that moment. But at this moment, Qing begins to tremble with rage, but he also said he would deliver to her brother, who is her brother, her last words. Her last words were simple. She hopes to see her brother in front of the hospital. Well, she wants to see her brother not enter any more dungeons because it's quite likely he will get seriously injured, something she doesn't want. She just wants to see him again in a totally safe state. Risking his life was something she least wanted, and Qing, completely in shock, gets furious with this guy's life now, staring intently at Ming. He jumps in his direction, asking why he stood still, why he didn't help his sister get out of that dungeon with him. He said the mercenary's duty was the commission he was paid, and he didn't care about anything else since he also had a curse. Anyone who stayed by his side always died. And he even told her that. She didn't even want to retreat. She insisted on staying with him at that moment, and in a way, it was her fault. He grabs his big sword and almost pierces our hero, but Qing jumps up and wonders where his sister was. As he approaches Ming, he ends up saying that he could tell the direction of his sister, but Yi Qing would have to hand over Sung to him if he wanted to find his sister. So, right? If by chance he said no, only that Sung had a deal. He wanted to agree, he wanted to follow this Ying, but his deal wasn't even feasible to follow. No, the one in charge here was Yi Qing. So, since he refused, he would show no mercy to anyone, nor would he show his real power. For even though his former companions managed to die, he managed to fight alongside them. But still, he managed to defeat monsters he never even dreamed of defeating. But Ming interrupts his speech and says, right, he doesn't have time for this. He grabs his sword and knocks down his big sword. At this moment, he wonders what kind of weapon he was using now. Now without a weapon, what could he do against our Yi Qing? At this moment, he approaches with a punch near our mowing. But right now he stops with that, because knowing that a punch would not be enough to kill this mowing here, then he grabs his dagger, but quickly that hunter stops the punch of our hero. And also his dagger, because he had used a lot of mana for a long time out there, he kind of ended up not being able to use his mana anymore. The sword ends up disappearing at that moment. Then Ming with a headbutt on the head of our hero, which makes him be thrown back a bit. For a long time, he thought that his big sword method there was his main attack. But then he realizes that he was quite skilled with his own hands, and he was right. Fighting like a swordsman was basically a branch that he does when someone pays him for it. But even though he is not with any sword, he manages to do pretty well in a fight without a sword. But there is one thing, is that he managed to put a lot of attributes. There are some specific things there that make him quite strong. And besides that, he wasn't using his full strength before. And now that he unbands his sword, he can't block or stop any attack that he will make in his direction. So he activates the first skill, the devastating slash. This devastating slash would be something that would cut anything in front. But meanwhile, Yi Qing notices a weakness in this guy. He was slow. The sword there makes him a little slow, which will allow him to use a specific solar skill that will manage to immobilize him for a while, which means that his skill won't be used. And if really, we'll find out if Yi Qing is really going to stop in the dry hand that big sword of our Ming. And our story today continues with him managing to avoid all of Yi Qing's blows. His movements are completely unbalanced. He realizes that this guy was totally different from Zhou. He was much stronger. But to end the fight as quickly as possible, he pulls out some of those cards of his, and from those cards, there were some monsters. But as soon as he finishes pulling out those cards, the monsters appear from inside his portal. When they appear, he finds this incredible, seeing that he has the ability to summon monsters. But these mutant spiders end up throwing webs in his direction, and the hunter ends up being immobilized. He couldn't do anything anymore until he decides to grab that sword of his. With one movement, he completely destroys even the webs made by them. As soon as he does this, he jumps towards those mutant spiders. He wonders if our hero will only be using those weak little webs, and if that's all he's going to use to stop him, he'll have to make it a great day, a dream. So he advances towards those mutant spiders, falling, and he quickly ends up destroying those mutant spiders with a single blow. After he destroys the spiders, we observe from behind our hero appearing. As he kept appearing, he watches him underestimating our hero, thinking that our hero was just a low-rank summoner. But at this moment, after appearing behind him, he ends up realizing our hero. So he turns around, but our Yi Qing then uses one of his abilities. However, he quickly draws his great sword that swiftly defends against that blow. And now that he defended Yi Qing's strike, he realizes that if it weren't for this sword having a greater weight than normal, he would definitely have already been defeated by this Yi Qing here. And besides, he had already accumulated quite a few points that he would most certainly use to his advantage. But it was also as expected. He wasn't like those incompetent zero-level employees. Looking ahead now, we see that Yi Qing didn't come here to play with the hunter, since his strength was also far beyond what he was thinking. But Wei Ming also had something that surprised our protagonist. His combat skills were very good, and he was proud of that. So he will have to finish him off as soon as possible. But before he can do that, he will ask one last question. Where was his sister? So, to understand where she was, we need to go back a little bit. We observe her asking this uncle if he was stronger than her brother. Okay, he was strong, but maybe not as strong as her brother. He, who ended up defeating one of the monsters, turns to our white-haired girl. She continues to say that he could train for many years and still would never come close to Yi Qing. But strong, he doesn't think so much about that, since he was just a scavenger, and scavengers are 0 level, which means he would be strong enough with just one blow to send our hero flying. She, now completely refuted by this Ying, we see her asking him to shut up since he didn't know what he was talking about. She wasn't talking about strength, she says, because she also looked into his eyes. His eyes didn't compare to the eyes of our hero. The eyes of our protagonist had more motivation than this guy here. And now that she says it that way, he's curious to find out who her brother is. He wanted to recognize him. Maybe when he gets out of here alive, she will show our Ming who the real hero was. And now that he recognized our hero face to face, he realizes that yes, this was a look that had gone through countless trials of life or death. So from now on, he will respect our MC as a tough guy. So, he will no longer be able to take it easy with him, but this time, our protagonist also won't be going easy on this guy. He also ends up using, in its last portion, this was the portion here that can make our Yi Qing quickly finish off this Yuming here, but he also has an ability that allows him to look at his health bar, and not only that, he also has the ability to see his stats. His health wasn't that big, but what would mess up his fight against this swordsman would be those 2 swords he uses. However, if by chance he manages to accumulate a lot of damage from his Basar along with that luck, he would be able to defeat his opponent with 3 strikes. But he was a guy a little different from the human transmigrators he had already faced, since he wasn't even using any armor or any other equipment that could help him defeat our hero. And also, attacking with all his might basically leaves no room for his defense. This was a high-sacrifice fighting style, or maybe he was just crazy. But he advances towards him so that he wouldn't be caught by that sword. He jumps up. Now that he has jumped up, he already pulls out that daga of his from the system. As soon as he pulls it out, we observe him advancing towards Ming, but Ming ends up smiling. Then he turns towards Ye Qing with his sword in hand. He tries to strike him. Ye Qing is surprised by his speed. He was fast. How could someone move so fast with such a large sword like that? But to dodge, he used a wolf card. As soon as he activates that card ability, he manages to dodge that Ming's attack, but along with that, he also grabs that draga of his and makes a cut on him. This was a critical enough cut to kill this guy, so he turns around and sees the cut he actually managed to land on him. However, this seemed quite strange. He didn't dodge or try to avoid his attack, and he also didn't seem to care much about the attacks he was going to receive. At that moment, that guy over there ends up completely fading away, but he doesn't fade at this moment. Our hero sees something strange happening inside our Ming here. Out of nowhere, he started to transform, but instead of his body bleeding, sand came out. Confused, he tries to ask himself what was happening, but he doesn't have time for an answer because Ming advances towards him with that sword of his. So as not to get caught, he then jumps up. As soon as our Yi Qing jumps up, he already activates his devouring system. As soon as he activates that devouring system, some hands come out from inside and grab him. He would be sucked inside, but this Ming knew that if he was caught by that, he would lose his power, so with brute strength, he ends up grabbing the hand of our hero's system, which leaves him quite surprised. But not only does he grab that hand, but with a single strike, he ends up destroying that sobriety. That sobriety, which was the most powerful, that sucked anything into its own universe, ends up being destroyed, which then causes an explosion to happen. But the explosion doesn't catch anyone, and our own hero here ends up dodging. He has a characteristic that he can't be killed or die from common attacks. He then asks himself if he was an undead. The abyss has many existences that modern technology still can't even comprehend. The occupation, abilities, attributes, equipment, and other things like that. But actually something even more special than all of that. This was the divine punishment that you have to endure to gain powerful strength. Clearly afraid of death, You can't even stop wanting to test the edge of death. Maybe one day you'll achieve this power. But if you manage to obtain that wealth that doesn't belong to you, in the end, you will swear to protect it alone, and no one will be able to obtain that treasure. Those gods who never played by the rules of the world here in this dungeon basically decided to notice you, and maybe what he received was a mockery, or maybe it was the destiny of the abyss itself that delivered it to him. But in short, you have everything you want, or the most powerful power. But it didn't say it would also take that thing more precious from you. He ends up transforming into some kind of mummy, and at this moment, Yi King realizes that there isn't even a trace of undead in him. Also, the rumors about the traces of the abyss monsters are transferred in the end to those who are reborn like them. The true ones, already the living dead, are the characteristics of the super strong who can constantly revive as long as the energy doesn't completely run out. At this moment, he looks down where he finds Ming totally knocked out, but what remained of him was still a piece of his magic, which allows him to fully regenerate. But at the moment before his death, he reached out his hand and ended up in the end touching eternity. At this moment, as he talks about it, we see him coming out from under the ground. Here, after emerging from underground, we see someone judging him. This is the guy who always comes back alive, never dies. Wouldn't this basically be a bad omen? Since, right, every mission set by him with people on his team, everyone except him ends up dead. But although there is no evidence of mercenaries in the double-blade fencing that are basically companions of this guy, there is no evidence that anyone who joined him returned to life or alive after a dungeon or a test they participated in together in a more deadly dungeon, right? If by any chance they were involved in this specific mission, they wouldn't even accept the mission to stay close to him, as it would be his own sacrifice. If he went, he would die, and in the end, he also ended up bearing the price of eternity, as he can die, as he can also be dying at will. He can play with death, but always in the end, he manages to survive, whereas his companions don't have that luck. They all end up meeting a tragic and sometimes painful end. Now that he has revealed the true power to our hero, he ends up activating another ability. This was the Death Wish, which can be activated when HP is below 33% of damage taken, but after being activated, it ends up increasing by 100% the damage, as well as the life of his character by 100%. At this moment, he advances towards him. This combat ability with these cursed traits was basically considered a cheat, but not so much, right? Since our hero has that little hack of the day. And here then, he ends up picking from the system a new card. Now that he picks that new card from the system, he ends up using it. At this moment, Ming ends up hitting Yi Qing, but that sword doesn't hit our hero because he used that little card ability. And here we see that the card turned into our MC, into what he transformed into that slime there. But now, at this moment, from behind, we see our protagonist already grabbing that dagger of his again from the system. But here, he was also preparing at the same time to counterattack his opponent. But Ming was also preparing again. So Ming advances, and advancing, our hero realizes that the traits of the undead in him were really insoluble, what that thing was, but he also uses a shield to defend himself from that sword. But while fighting, we see Ming saying that in this brute force battle, the victory was basically his. He has no way of losing to our protagonist. At this moment, then, he again makes a counterattack upwards against our Yi King, but Yi Qing again uses another little card. So we see from behind there appearing that death in a skeleton form. At this moment, that thing was about to counterattack our Ming, but Ming is surprised to see that Yi Qing is able to manipulate artifacts. This was incredible. But he could also end this fight as quickly as possible. So he counterattacks that skeleton-shaped death, but right, his cut didn't even affect that thing. Next, we see that thing passing through Ming. Ming was cut. Being cut, he turns around and realizes that it wasn't a physical weapon. It was an effect of a pure ability. So Yi Qing begins to explain to him that any target that dies because of this ability will have a desperate Kalita trait added to the host. The HP, the MP, will also be slowly recovering to 100%. But since your body is already undead, The abilities will be added the moment you manage to hit your opponent. The reason why the undead can survive forever inside the dungeon is because of the MP. In other words, the blood bar is just decoration for you, who in the end manage to become a creature that is undead. Basically, your real HP should be the MP. Now that he dropped this bombshell, he realizes that he managed to guess and hit the most precious information about him, and now he realizes that this Qing isn't... He was an ordinary person, but now no longer, because also this abyss is full of rules. All the mystery apparently is his, but also his weakness may be completely outside his body. Without armor, they like to use this style of attack. It's a kind of attack that you're going to do that makes your enemy think that you have a life bar above. If you manage to make your opponent believe that life bar on your head is your real life, you're managing to defeat him. But here, he kind of discovered your flaw. And that flaw of his will be unbalancing him in this fight from here on. And indeed, the wisdom to survive in the abyss is knowing how to use the rules. So he doesn't know one thing too. He has a weakness. Maybe he has a fatal flaw. By not believing, he shows that the strength, agility, and intelligence he has aren't even his main point either. There's a flaw he's still slacking on that he could be using to his advantage. But only our eye here. No one interrupts. He said he was a little different from the others. He also ends up putting his points gained into various things in his states. This is one thing to show that he manages to get stronger by distributing his points in various things in his stats. So like this, they are showing him the true speed. He needed to attack him while the wound was still fresh. The speed, the strength was well beyond his imagination, but this guy was bragging too much. At this moment, he attacks him. He used his big sword to defend himself, and here too. And Qing is no longer that trash guy. And now he will also show this guy here what true strength is. At this moment, after dodging one of the blows and also hitting his back with his dragon from there, we see that the physical attacks cannot kill our Ming, but they can consume his MP to be basically draining his life. And this will be basically enough to make him not regenerate next time. But now, he asks himself how much time he still has to be completely depleting his MP, and he ends up wondering how long it would last. But again, he already counterattacks our protagonist. But our hero already uses that little skull again, the thing that allows him to steal that NPC. As soon as he uses that ability, that thing goes through one of his arms. After that, he ends up kind of saying to our hero if by any chance he can't manage to keep up with him in his MP consumption. But our protagonist says that if by any chance he fights a war of attributes, he ends up coming out with a bigger advantage. But that wasn't what he was saying. Apparently, he still hasn't managed to see his weakness. But if he really wants to discover our Ming's weakness, he will have to show our Qing a little bit of the truth, since here, sometimes in some place, it's not worth fighting so much in life. As soon as he says this thing, he ends up turning around, and as soon as he turns around, he ends up seeing that teddy bear he gave to his sister. But at this moment, he asks himself how it fell, or when it fell. Then in this story, it continues with that guy approaching our Qing more quickly. Right then, he simply couldn't do anything else, as his opponent quickly then ended up grabbing his head and throwing him with all his strength to the ground. Now that he threw him against the ground, he shows that he wouldn't show any mercy to anyone, even if someone is in his way. He could even find a former companion of his. He could be in his way, but he would defeat that guy because those who get in the way of his plans are always defeated in the end. But he was a little different, and Qing wasn't like the others, because he still has the quality of humans, and also someone he likes. Most hopes is alive, yes, alive. But even so, he was surprised that the person he's trying to protect behind him is a complete waste. But still, he tried to stop him. But then, Qing ends up sort of getting a very interesting question. If he by chance had a choice to protect the life of his sister, or the life of Song Kazin, that scientist back there, he wonders which of the two he would choose. But as soon as he hears the names of these two people, he is surprised and ends up wondering if our ex-Zhu was basically alive or dead. He then ends up taking his hand off his head and ends up saying there that, right, he hadn't said before that she died. Or by chance did he say it? And also, since that bear there that he handed to him was proof that he should be believing his words. But he didn't know where she was. He just simply knows that she's alive. And besides, the bear he handed over before to him was the true proof that she was really alive. But as said before, he doesn't know where she was. But also, the monster wouldn't easily kill the two, because the two felt extremely enormous difficulty defeating, or maybe even winning, advancing. He tried to understand what he was talking about, but nothing ends up being answered. However, to answer this here, we need to go back a few hours before, and in a labyrinth, we observe then nothing happening until the moment where an ogre appeared. But this knight was already there fighting against it. He, with his sword, makes a move to hit that ogre. But at that moment, while fighting against that ogre, others appear, and one of those creatures ends up capturing our hero's sister. Now that she was captured, she has a very brief memory of his words that if by chance she is captured by one of those monsters, he will leave her, since his client isn't her, but rather a billionaire who was around there. While also remembering this, she ends up also remembering her brother's words that he had found a very good job that was making a lot of money. This would already be enough to heal her leg, so she just asked for time, because surely he will make her stand again. While remembering this, she started to fade. Then she ends up realizing that she was too useless. But even if she is useless, she just wants to be something for her own brother, and also she doesn't want to be just a burden for our protagonist. But still, she couldn't do anything, but still, she wanted something to defeat those monsters. Then she wishes, or maybe begs for some extra strength, but as soon as she talks about this, her eyes start to shine, and then something starts to happen to her, which leaves the ogre below quite surprised with what was happening in front of him. In the reflection of the ogre's eye, he just watches the girl suddenly transforming after a long time. We observe her getting a new class. This was the class of awakened transformation that is more known as metamorphosis, where she ends up literally transforming into that teddy bear that our hero ended up giving to her, but she goes towards the ogre who was grabbing her just now. With the blow she gave to this ogre, she simply makes the ogre disappear. Half of the ogre is ripped off while she finishes off two ogres extremely easily. From another place, we can also observe Sparren finishing off his opponent. This one ends up cutting the head off the ogre. After the defeat of this ogre, he starts advancing towards our teddy bear, and as he gets closer, he also realizes that her opponent has been defeated, which makes this guy quite surprised and at the same time confident about what was happening. Meanwhile, he also ends up saying that ordinary humans are successfully induced by abyss cells and are also much more likely to awaken a much more secret profession. And in front of him appears the little girl who now transformed into a bear. And this girl was very likely to also be one of the victims, as stated by her own father before. But at this moment, the girl begins to cry. She gets scared, which makes the knight extremely on alert. He gets ready for the teddy bear, but the teddy bear simply puts her paw in front and asks to wait. But, right. We notice that when someone transforms into a type of monster like this, who is also induced with abyss cells, the person basically loses all control, all consciousness of what they were doing. The host here basically attacks anyone they see ahead, so we must be careful. But at this moment, the girl wonders what was happening to her. She feels much taller. Moreover, she feels her legs, and it was very strange to be walking freely in these places here. Soon, we then observe them surprised again to realize that she still had the consciousness of an ordinary human. So, to know this answer, he asks what her name would be. She replies that it was Shozu. Very well, since that was the case, he ends up deciding to continue on his way. She ends up stopping and starts staring at a mirror. She ends up wondering why she transformed into a toy bear. But right, the knight said that he should congratulate her for having achieved this. But no, she starts crying and says that she will never again appear as human, and here maybe her brother would feel ashamed of her seeing her transformed into this thing here. Now she wonders how she could return to her original form. Well, this might be a transformation profession, and well, if there is a profession like this, it is very likely she can return to normal. but he does not know how to do this. But he still had as an objective to continue the path ahead, to reach his portal to get out of this dungeon still. Then he ends up asking her if she still wanted to follow him even so, but she ends up saying no, since she still cannot return to her original form. So she just hands that teddy bear to this hunter here and asks him to give this teddy bear to her brother and just tell him that she decided to stay here just to try to rebuild her mind again, since she currently has not overcome the psychological shock of turning into a teddy bear. It is as if you were hit by enro. But right, if by chance he finds our hero, he will be delivering this teddy bear to him, and he will be doing it personally, as he was also curious to recognize our hero, and so he will be doing this. Moreover, he continues to say that if by any chance the two start deciding to fight a bit more seriously, he ends up saying that he would lose since at the moment they were at a gigantic disadvantage. Furthermore, Yi King used a good attack force. This was just something he wanted to see in our Wei King. While he was disappearing, he ends up saying that the fight should be stopped here because there is no reason to continue. But at this moment, another one appears and says that this Shozu behind there ends up wondering if she was not dead yet, which leaves our hero extremely irritated. But to further irritate our protagonist, we observe the gentleman saying there that the guy behind him, the doctor there, was the same one who put her in that whole dangerous situation like this one now, since also the appearance of this abyss in parts is thanks to that guy all there. Thus, then cutting to another place in a closed room, the two talked. This one commented that he was already at his limit, he had no choice. While here this key, he ends up wondering if it can really open any door, but if he opens that door, a portal ends up appearing, and that ends up being permanent in a specific area, transforming that area completely into an abyss. However, considering Sun Qin's history, there will basically be a rescue team that will arrive as quickly as possible to rescue him, but for that, he wants with all certainty that someone like him makes sure that he never returns with soul and to this normal world again. He also not only sank the results of Song Yi Qing's research into the depths of the abyss, but also he will make him pay for basically his daughter's suffering. However, the gentleman still wonders if he really knows the price he has to pay for that, but the price for him is insignificant. He will pay. But now, returning, we observe Song Kong here saying that this Linu guy is basically a very persistent guy. He even gave him a compensation plan, but that old man still hasn't given up on his revenge. But also, right? Anyway, she was a useless person. She turned into a monster. But besides, treating that illness of hers was too difficult. His goal's always to make a profit, but he never succeeded. But then does that mean Shozu was also part of all this? But he asks him not to speak nonsense anymore, since she fell automatically into that abyss. He really couldn't help her. And moreover, even if she ended up becoming a guinea pig, that wasn't his decision, but rather her own decision. And this is something he should be happy and content about. Furthermore, he could be taking care of all this if she died or lived. So much to do. But all this would be compensated in compensation. But this she ends up being ironic about. Then he starts punching him. He punches him in the face with the strongest punch he has in hand, still fallen on the ground. We observe the guy, who has the audacity and courage to still get up and speak in the face of our protagonist that she was a cripple, and she couldn't do anything else but stay in a wheelchair. She wouldn't walk anymore, and he here just took advantage of her situation to be maximizing her value as a human being and also to sacrifice herself in a portal for scientific research. This would contribute to the entire community. She shouldn't be honored or something like that. And this once again irritates our protagonist to the point of invoking those mothers from the system. Then he says that Zhu is the only person in his family who still remains for him, and if by chance he continues to say these things and proceed with his bizarre plans, he will have to never let this guy live again. But now that he's caught by our hero, he ends up saying that this wasn't what he meant. He ended up misunderstanding, but it was too late. Our MC ends up making a move with that hand of his that throws him with all the strength to the ground. Fallen on the ground, we then observe our Hai Yi King approaching this extra. But as he gets closer, he ends up discovering that this guy was just useless trash that basically wasn't even worth anything. He could even be taken to hell, and it was very likely that he would be disposable there. But at this moment, he observes that guy AD Anis, and after looking at him a little, he ends up then taking the extra that was on the ground and then ends up throwing him at him. He now was all his. He could be doing whatever he wanted with him now, and thus he begins to head towards the portal that was in front of him. At this moment, that hand of his ends up grabbing the head of that extra. Now that he threw this responsibility to the hunter, he ends up wondering if they basically have an agreement. Then our protagonist says there was no agreement at all, but he just wants to make sure that his own sister was in a situation where she was safe to the point that he didn't have to worry so much about her. But then he ends up moving forward. But now he was a mercenary and had to complete his mission. This guy here basically should be dying right now, just as it was a wish of a certain father out there. He then wonders what that mission was. He can basically pay the salary more than double what the extra gave it to that mercenary at that moment. So a person ends up dying only once. But how would he be proposing to pay a higher salary than that other one there? He doesn't understand your question. But at this moment, then, he turns to a Qing and still remains in doubt there about which day or which year he will meet again to have another fair fight. But, well, that he will leave for later, because our Qing enters the portal at this moment. When he enters the portal, he finds a cute little bear in front of him that was all piled up there in the back, scared. We then observe that little bear calling for her brother. Our hero simply said he was a little late, but now finally arrived. But, well, the one who actually apologizes is basically her for basically getting our protagonist into this whole situation here. Then she ends up saying that she didn't want to basically make our protagonist enter this whole danger here to rescue her, but even so, she still wanted our protagonist to help her get out of this place. At this moment, then, our protagonist tries to calm her down a little more by already saying that also in this place here there are no monsters nearby. But her sister ends up saying that yes, there was a monster here, and that monster was in front of her. But our protagonist does not recognize this monster. Shozu basically recognizes herself as a monster, but our hero does not. She then starts crying, saying that she trusted our protagonist a lot. So as she trusted, she just asks for our hero to end it and get her out of this danger right away. Besides, I don't know if she wanted to leave here anymore, since by leaving here, she would become a burden again for being weak and not even being able to walk yet. In the end, she ended up turning into a completely strange monster. Our protagonist ends up sighing, and he again tried to understand this situation. But to calm her down once and for all, he ends up saying that all monsters don't have a human heart, but unlike monsters, she was different. And even if her appearance had changed, she was still his cute little sister who was still there inside that bear. And well, if that's what he thinks it seems, she thinks she was fine with it. Moreover, the job of our hero is to deal with the monster, so he asks her to trust him since he recognizes a monster from afar. At this moment, then, he starts looking intently in another direction and realizes that she has become very strong, seeing that she managed to defeat these monsters extremely easily, which leaves her with no reaction afterward. She ends up saying that she didn't do that, but knowing she could receive praise from our weak king, she ends up saying afterward that yes, she ended up killing the monsters as soon as she transformed for the first time. Then he realizes that Shizu transformed into something that wasn't of a low level, but out of nowhere. While talking about this, we observe her starting to transform again. Her paw begins to disappear, and she finally returns to her human form. Now that she returned to her human form, she tries to understand what happened. She now returned to that old form of hers. So, at this moment, our MC says that, well, to transform into that little bear, a very high mana consumption was necessary, so her mana ended up running out, and she returned to her human form. In the end, Shozum is not a monster in itself, but a skill that can transform her into a teddy bear. But since it is a skill that, when transformed into a bear, allows her to walk, she can be doing missions, which makes our protagonist congratulate her. Now she could be supporting herself on her own, so she understands that she could finally be following our protagonist on missions along with him, but he knows not yet. She was still weak, saying she couldn't do that, not even dreaming of it. However, she also recognizes that our protagonist does the same action as that guy before. She asks who it would be, and he says it was a guy who had the same face as our protagonist. But moreover, this guy is personally recognizing our protagonist, as the two would possibly get along very well. And besides, this guy told her that if she tried to fight against both or one of them, she would have a gigantic difficulty killing one of them. As he says this, they finally end up leaving the portal, as now they could move forward, now that our protagonist saw that his sister has an extremely good and broken ability. He may already realize that he won't need it anymore. Our story then continues the very next day. Here, already in the morning, we observe our Yi Qing in a room, sleeping, but he ends up waking up to the sound of his phone ringing. He then answers the call from the girl who was calling him. She is still wondering if, by any chance, our hero had gone mad, since she noticed he had missed work. Moreover, she found out he had taken a job from someone, although he went to a blood trial, which was very daring. However, he tells us that he needed a lot of money, so he had no other choice. But she still wonders if he was still frequenting the dungeons. And yes, to agree, he said he was a necrophile just to try to ward her off. We observe her saying several things, but he only thanks her for her concern. Meanwhile, we observe him staring fixedly at his phone, hardly believing what he had gained the day before. Then we see him happy, realizing he almost earned $3 million just by selling a few items. But it wasn't so unexpected from that young master, since she was quite important. Thanks to her, he could see infinite zeros. However, what also helped our hero sell those items without anyone doubting the level and origin of the equipment was because he handed these items over to her to sell for him. So we need to go back one night. In the evening, we observe him in a building, carrying some quite valuable items, which surprises her as she sees that he actually managed to gather some good items. But she still wonders where he could have found these things. At this moment, he only tells us that he ended up finding them in some abyss out there. She is suspicious, thinking Yi Qing might have stolen them from someone, but he ends up saying no. He says these items were good, but not for him since he wouldn't use things like that. So he took them with the purpose of her being able to sell them. She ends up somewhat happy, seeing that he was still a level 1 necrophile. This was embarrassing, but she's still surprised to see that his body became much stronger. Yet, to reach where he is, he had to go through some dangerous situations. But now she changes the subject. Here she discovers that he has a new class. A class that wasn't included in the main advancement list. So, although this might not be very impressive to some, he is managing to stand out among the others, and he became stronger than she imagined by having this necrophage class. It's quite likely he would become even stronger. Just as he was about to explain some important things, she interrupts since she wondered if he was interested in participating in the World Guild, which was basically a final exam where treasures like the ones he was obtaining could have a legitimate identity upon conquering a dungeon. Moreover, if by any chance some higher-ranking people discovered that our MC was participating in some adventures within a guild without having a special card, he could end up in prison. But to escape such imprisonment, he could have a specific card. For that, he would have to convince the tournament admins. Well, the reason is that he is level 1, but he has incredibly strong power, so this wouldn't be a problem. If, by chance, he wanted to participate in these events, it was easy. All he had to do was talk to her, as she would give him a first-class card so he could participate in this event. Additionally, she keeps thanking him since, thanks to the equipment he handed to her, along with other things he has already done for her, she managed to accomplish several things. So helping our Yi Qing earn his first adventurer card was basically a somewhat fair debt to be paid at this moment. So he ends up sort of walking towards the door, but at that moment, he sees something on the ground. While walking around on his right side, his sister appears, saying she ended up sort of ordering this food. As by chance, he didn't end up doing it. But at this moment, we observe that she happened to wake up a bit earlier. She was a little anxious, since today was the day she would be discharged from the hospital. Meanwhile, our hero asked how her leg was doing. She ended up sort of managing to do a few things at night, one of which was that little bear that ended up sort of transforming, allowing her to kind of regain movement in her legs, though not completely. She could even stand up now. Our Qing then, upon seeing this, feels surprised and happy. But one of her main motivations for wanting to walk again was simple. She couldn't leave the apartment alone, so for that, she considered transforming into that bear. However, if she did that, people and hunters would come to hunt her. So she ended up kind of putting a bit of mana in her knees. At this moment, our hero asked her to stay calm, for our Qing was here to help her in times like these. Slowly, she would manage to conquer the things she desired. One of those things was walking again. But Our Lady urged her to take all the time she needed, as things had to go at their own pace. So he ends up leaving, but after he left, she wondered where he might be going. He just told us he was heading to a certain specific place. It was Friday, a day to rest and relax all day long, but he said he had to work to earn that little bit of money. Thus, he closed the door in her face, though she realized he wasn't going to work. It was likely he'd be chasing after some woman or something of the sort, but in fact, it was all quite the opposite. She only thought he was off to date, but our hero went to the guild examination. At the moment he arrives at the exam, he's left open-mouthed by the number of people there. But at that moment, someone wonders what kind of exam he would be participating in, as well as if he was interested in joining the group of hunters. He turns to see who it was, and there he sees our Zong Tug, our 10-10 singer. At that moment, he wonders why he's here, and at this moment, he questions a few things. One of these things is why now he wanted to get this hunter card. Maybe now because he wanted the hunter status. Then, Qing mentions to us that he ended up earning good money recently, so he wanted to get one of those hunter certificates. He then asks our 10 out of 10 singer if he already has his hunter rankings, and if, by chance, now that Qing came to obtain his hunter ranking, it's likely he'll get a high class. He replies that maybe he will get it now, perhaps his hunter class too. But while commenting on this, two brutes suddenly appear out of nowhere, with an emo showing up behind them. Our emo then demands that these lines disappear at once. He wanted to take his exam and vanish from this place immediately. At that moment, some guys there remark that if anyone gets in his way, they'll receive a punch in the face. At that moment, Qing tells his friend that this guy over here is a crazy one, and we also observe that, besides being crazy, he's also lucky since he managed to get the class of the Chosen One, which means he can do whatever he wants here. At this moment, he approaches the counter, where he asks her to hand over his hunter license. She sighs and asks herself, what license? He then asks if she's deaf because he only wanted his license, and the people behind him are surprised to see that the guy, he really wanted to cut in line, but another said not to be so alarmed since he was the chosen one. He could simply arrive anywhere and get his hunter's license. And at that moment, while talking about him, the brutes by his side kind of asked them not to be so surprised since their boss Ali was the first on the front line, and they were nothing. But at that moment, by saying this, someone from the back appeared and questioned, first in line. She could laugh all day, and at that moment, another ended up kind of not even realizing that such humility would show up here. But this girl ended up saying that this chosen one here in front of her didn't even deserve to sleep or breathe beside her. The chosen one approaches her at this moment and ends up saying for her to calm down since he has the chosen profession, and his professions were the best here, right? At this moment, he could do whatever he wanted, making her completely irritated. She then snaps her fingers. At that moment, as she snaps her fingers, an explosion occurs, launching the chosen one back with all force. He falls to the ground screaming while his comrades are there by his side, trying to put out the fire. She just stayed in the back, watching the whole scene. And our hero stood there, mouth wide open, also realizing that this was a weak brigade. At this moment, we see him getting up, and as he stands up, he ends up hearing all her mockery, saying that what she just said was a joke, and she was almost dying of laughter. But this irritated the guy a lot. So he gets up and ends up grabbing two knives in his hand. Now he'll be teaching her a lesson. But at that moment, when he was about to do something stupid, our hero appears behind him, putting a hand on his shoulder. After that, he turns around, and turning, he asks himself, who's the fool who's also wanting to die here in the first place for putting a hand on his shoulder. But as soon as he turns, he sees a guy with an extremely dangerous aura, and he freezes. But that was our hero. At that moment, he tells him not to use dangerous skills in here because that could cause accidents. But he ends up asking himself what was happening. He felt an extremely terrifying aura around him. And at this moment then, the guards appear in the back, saying that fighting was prohibited, and so they couldn't proceed. Otherwise, she would have to use her guards in her favor. And at this moment, our hero realizes the size of the spear and sees that it wasn't worth fighting. At this moment, she then turns to Rochinya and ends up asking her if she would continue. But she says that that guy ended up messing with her. But if she were to continue the fight there, she would have to apply the law on herself. But meanwhile, she suddenly changes the subject, asking what kind of profession she wanted to release. She comments that it's the fire element. So she pulls out a crystal and now asks her to put her hand on top of that thing. At that moment, she does the same thing. And as soon as she does that, we observe that thing beeping. At this moment, she discovers that her potential level was extremely high, and she ended up not liking it. So she then asks her to follow her since she'll be taking her to a specific place to proceed with some things. She knew that if she followed, she'd be expelled. So she ends up saying that some error happened with that machine. So she wanted to repeat the dose again, and again she accepted. As soon as she accepts, she places her finger on that thing where a small aura ends up being placed inside. And now something happened. The readers ended up reading her mana, and now, because of that, she managed to pass the test, feeling happy about it. Our hero appears in the background, surprised and confused. He asks himself what was happening. Just a little while ago, she wasn't a normal person. She was literally a different person from what she was now here. At this moment, then, he ends up leaving his surprise aside because our Kanto 1010 approaches our hero and asks if those hunters are some kind of... But he asks him to stay quiet. Our ADM then approaches our hero and asks him if he approaches like this is done. He approaches at this moment after approaching. She ends up asking herself what kind of request he wanted to be having. He wanted just a license, Povim. So then, after talking about this, she asks what his profession was and why he wanted to request a proven license, since this class that he just asked for was basically only people chosen by the very gods of this world who could have this class. Then he says he was a level 1 singer. After saying this thing, everyone around here starts laughing out loud at our hero, a mere ghoul. What was he doing here? He should be gathering in the middle of the dungeon at this moment to defend our Qing. Our 1010 singer ends up saying there that he was stronger than everyone here. He would easily put them down. But this was not a problem with the direction of his own registration. But here she asks if he knows some kind of exam was known as Hunter, if he was basically involved with that for him. It's not even an exam. While talking about this behind the girl, then ends up asking herself, Ghoul, was that a new profession? Well, she doesn't even get an answer, because then those guards appear and end up putting in front of him some keys. These were some keys, so he could basically be conquering his own license since here. Now she can't give this to our hero because this was a totally unknown class, and so then he will have to complete his own dungeon alone. Completing it, he will be basically gaining the classification he so desires, which makes him quite happy that now he can choose any of these keys. As soon as he chose his key, he would basically be choosing his death. But our hero was not even caring about that, since he could be getting the hunter's license just by clearing a mere abyss. But for that, she ends up saying there that if by chance he goes alone, it was basically a danger, since entering that dungeon alone, he would just die. But seeing how confident he is, he basically has already participated in some hidden missions, or basically he was just a fool. But for that, she asks him to put his hand above this crystal. At this moment, then he picks up that crystal. But after picking up that crystal in hand, she thinks he was really a fool at this moment. Those guys who were making fun of our Qing approach our 10-10 singer and ask if his best friend there was playing a fool for everyone, and at this moment he asks him to shut up. However, our hero here basically ends up asking if there are other concerns while holding the key in hand. We then observe another saying that if he follows the path there ahead, he will basically be dying. And this here was bad for them, but for that this key serves so that he can be opening a door to be able to escape from within the portal, while that he asks her not to worry so much, because he would not die, while our 10 out of 10 singer asks to wait a little, but he said he would be back safely while following a path into a portal after a good time entering. We then observe that arrogant one from before, who here approaches that ADM after approaching. He has that doubt, or why ended up delivering that key to that idiot to be able to be participating in the abyss. He now also wanted a key to challenge the abyss, but she said no here. It was basically the only key. The only key was in the hand of our Qing. Now that he doesn't have the key, he could be coming back another time unless he wants to conquer, and will basically have to schedule an appointment for a next time. So knowing he would waste time, he ends up kind of approaching and says there that he will be joining our hero's group. So then the two will be going down at this moment. We observe her asking herself if he would really participate in this, since it would not be as a team, but would participate along with a competitor. And there then would basically be two competitors and one would have to come out alive. So for that, the guard ends up saying that although the rules don't allow this kind of teams, he has never even seen a rule that was against this type of competitors. So she ends up cheering and ends up saying that she will let it slide for that, so then the two have basically the possibility and permission to be entering inside there to manage to kill the boss and manage to pass in Terra. And so then, before she can be entering, she begins explaining one thing. These portals here are specific for a single person, but when two people enter, things start to get worse, since the first person who entered chose the hard difficulty, but by having another person join, the difficulty increases even more to extreme hard. And even though this type of abyss is controlled by the guild, something irreversible could actually happen here. Even knowing all of this, she asks if they wanted to participate, but to answer that, he ends up pointing behind him, where a guy with a briefcase appears and says that here he has some high-quality equipment, which means there will be no difficulty at all in this dungeon. And indeed, high-level equipment can bring extremely powerful stats. And obviously the origin of these upgraded fixed equipment is not simple to use, allowing novice hunters to level up much faster. But at this moment, as she was thinking of some things, our ADM interrupts our hero and asks about him if he will be participating as well. At this moment, he says yes, and he ends up saying that he was here just to get his hunter license, and anyway, he'll have to accompany this guy in the dungeon as well. But at this moment, our 10-10 singer approaches our hero and asks our guy if by chance he wasn't scared, since if he happens to break a rule inside the dungeon, the boss will appear without any warning. And at that moment, the mana of both will be basically directly disconnected. And with that, he will have a gigantic difficulty in defeating it. And this guy in front of him has a huge advantage. His equipment can basically be used as necessary without needing to worry. At this moment, he ends up saying that they are competitors. So if by any chance he dies inside, he won't be basically thinking of wanting to help him with Qing. And at this moment, we see that this guy was showing off too much. Our hero asks him to calm down a little, but he ends up saying that he has the hands of the gods. And at this moment, in the direction of the portal where he opens it. But as soon as he opens this portal, we observe that the portal's airflow increased by 300%, which makes him quite sad, because he brought some potion boxes he can no longer even be using. Only what's more dangerous is the burden of losing health in Basar mode, and now here it will be a little heavier. Maybe even have a negative effect, so he must be cautious in using it. Meanwhile, the other guy was sad to see that he'd have to leave his potion backpacks behind, but he ends up saying not to worry because he still brought some very strong armors, and these armors will be smashing these mobs very easily. So then he will be the first to enter this portal, while our hero follows behind. As soon as he enters this portal, the portal behind ends up closing. But as soon as he enters inside, the system appears saying that a legendary beast ended up appearing in an abyss. But at that moment, the ADM ends up surprised to see that the modifier that causes a legendary mob to appear in this abyss was basically hard with only 300% luck, just a 0.0% chance for that type of affix to spawn. So he asks what type of level would be these guys' luck or bad luck. But at this moment, this ADM asks to notify the superiors as quickly as possible, and our story continues just ahead. So after our hero entered the portal, we then observe that 10 out of 10 singer of ours still there, asking his audience for strength and motivation so that they could continue. Meanwhile, he looked at the most dangerous portal in front of him and asked that his great brother return alive and come back 100% well. Inside the portal, we then observe two statues in front of him, and what our nobleman finds surprising isn't even the statues or the monsters that appeared, but the sheer size of the place. This place was 2,000 times bigger than his own room, and not even his own garden had such gigantic statues as these. He found it incredible, yet our hero asked him to be combat ready, for what lay before him was the boss. The boss in this room left him surprised, for the portal had barely opened, and there was already a boss in front of him. However, the boss began to move, and seeing this, he began to prepare as well, for the statues began to raise their swords. Our hero saw that the difficulty of this abyss was different, but these two monsters in front of him presented a very high level of difficulty, and for him, his attack was good. And for this, he would summon some spiders in front of him to attract the monster's attention. He then asked the noble knight to use his strong points to counterattack the weak points of the monster's armor, as he couldn't use some of his skills here to attack their weak spots. He would only use some weak strategies to break their defenses until the moment when our nobleman passes by our hero and asks that these monsters die once and for all. This boss, for him, would be a worthy opponent, and today he would recognize his power. Then, shouting, "Overlord," we observed from behind that our hero thought this guy was totally crazy, and Qing saw that he didn't understand the danger he was in. After leaping, he ended up face-to-face with the boss. But the boss prepared to counterattack, and our nobleman was caught full-on. After being hit full-on by that sword, he ended up being thrown back a bit, falling beside our hero. We see him there, getting up. He stands up still intact, but at the moment he doesn't understand how a boss as powerful as this managed to defend against one of his powerful attacks. But his defense still hadn't broken. He needed to do something then. But at this moment, Qing looked to the side, where he found the statue in front of him. Thus he ends up jumping up, also noticing that the statue's rage suddenly shifted to him. The plan was now a complete mess. And from above, we still observe a statue preparing to counterattack our Qing. Qing saw this and dodged easily, and for the boss, perhaps to defeat him, he uses various dimensional costs, which didn't have much effect on our Qing because he managed to dodge them all. While dodging, he noticed that these bosses used the ability where, if touched, he would suffer continuous bleeding. In this abyss, if you get that, you will die, as your blood will endlessly fall without stopping. While dodging and thinking about this, we observed from behind that the nobleman was also wondering why the boss was landing some hits on him too. Our hero asked that our nobleman here not interfere in the combat, for perhaps this was one of the reasons he was irritated, seeing that he was now a stone in his path. Meanwhile, the two bosses prepared to counterattack our Qing at this moment. The statues used a very powerful ability that, for some reason, our hero recognized as a skill that might perhaps help him win this type of battle. This skill was a tank ability. While thinking about this, he used his wolf card, dodging at the last moment. After dodging at the last moment, we then observed the noble heading toward the boss. Now, he wanted to personally deal with a monster like this. Now that he was advancing, he realized that this guy temporarily shared a bit of the battle's pressure. Maybe he wouldn't be so useless after all. However, they first needed to deal with the two bosses that would be heading to the next level. Then we observed a noble who ended up somewhat caught by one of those giants' abilities. He was thrown back, and while watching him fly in his direction, he noticed that he had some tank-like characteristics. At this point, he was taking multiple hits and various attacks, none of which fatally injured him, and our noble here seemed very well suited to the tank class. At the moment, they couldn't stay idle as, at this point, we observed the boss activating one of his abilities. This was a skill that targets a chosen one, where upon hitting, it would cast a provoking spell. This means that if it hits you, it will cause some extra damage and leave you slightly enraged. Now that he was drawn by his anger, he realized he needed to handle this in a different way, like in brute mode. Then we see the boss trying to grab our hero. But before catching him, our hero uses his daggers to cut him. However, the system shows that the iron wall defense reduced that cut on our hero by 95%. Seeing that his daggers won't work, we observe the noble from another place attacking him. He is disappointed because a few cuts he made with his dagger on some weak monsters were enough to kill them, but now it was different. He was making several cuts and couldn't even scratch this boss's armor. Already irritated by this, the boss then pushes his sword toward that noble. But now, while he was running, he discovered something there that he ended up doing. Maybe, while leveling up, he put all his attributes solely into defense and couldn't put much into offense. Now he wonders how he managed to get this far. At this moment, the noble turns in Yi Qing's direction and tries to refute some of his actions, but Yi Qing asks him to look ahead, as the boss was about to counter the noble. To avoid being caught, he starts to run in another direction, but ultimately trips on a stone and falls face first to the ground near Yi Qing. Yi Qing begins to comment that his fighting style was very fast, but this armor he was wearing was very heavy and was hindering his movements. Now on the abyss, he understood the real difficulty of the abyss. He didn't think it was this. Then, we discover that maybe this guy hired some people to level up for him, which means he gained levels on the backs of others. But at this moment, they don't have much time to stand there chatting and drinking that chilled tea. As we observe the boss counterattacking our hero, and Yi Qing then pushes our noble aside. Now that he's safe, he tries to ask himself why nobles like doing these silly things. For him, he sees that this noble here likes to be playing with others' lives and even his own life. And as for the effectiveness of the bar, he could only keep using a method of continuous force that might be able to break a bit of this boss's armor. Thus, he advances in the boss's direction, and Yi Qing gets closer to the boss. Now he prepares a powerful punch. As with some bonuses he ended up putting in power, this would be enough to cause some damage. This fighting style was exclusive to the poor and bare-handed, and we see that Yi Qing was managing to land some hits on this boss. While doing this, we observe a noble in the background who is left speechless, seeing that Yi Qing, with no armor at all and with only his bare hand, was able to land a powerful blow on this powerful statue. But at the moment, he didn't have much time for chatting, as the other one attacks our hero. To avoid being hit, he jumps to the side, while Yi Qing advances in his direction, getting closer than ever, and then he makes another counterattack, landing a powerful elbow strike on his face. Now that he landed it, he realized he had some extra luck there. With a critical hit against a weak point of a target that has a small chance of trigger an abnormal state of corresponding that can be related to luck, but he cannot stay still for long because the Ultra statue rises and moves higher towards our hero. He sees that he wouldn't be able to escape, so he ends up being split right in half. The noble, watching all this, opens his mouth again. Now that our Yi Qing was defeated, he sees now that there is no more salvation, until he sees that Yi Qing suddenly transformed into the Red Leia. At this moment, he saves himself here, appearing from the depths, which for him was even new. Yi Qing realizes that our noble's production here is very low. He cannot block a monster's claw. Since he was a tank, merely lasting on the battlefield wasn't enough, and of course, he couldn't be relying 100% on that guy there to survive this fight. And for that, he needed to create his own rhythm on this battlefield to create a fair fight. Now, he asks that he step aside as the two statues run toward him. We then observe Yi Qing jumping after a mega jump high up, and we then see him thinking of a strategy. one of which was hitting its weak points, which would give Qing a huge chance to defeat these monsters. Yes, he advances towards one of the statues, hitting and filling its weak point, quickly breaking its body. After completely destroying its body, the other statue prepares to counterattack our hero. He saw that this axe was really going to hit him, so he dodges by jumping a little higher. However, after stepping a bit on the ground, the statue starts to counterattack our hero again. He saw that the two blasts were going to hit our protagonist, but for that, the protagonist flies toward the boss, hitting one of its legs while the protagonist was dealing with the boss. Here we observe the noble from another place, who sees that he avoided all the attacks from that boss. Even more with the armor he didn't have, by the way. He used some of his attacks on its weak points. This ability he has was the best ability he found as a player, and none of the players he encountered compares to him on a battlefield. Then he points in his direction and wonders if, by any chance, he isn't a novice. If so, how come a novice has so much experience on the battlefield like this? Qing then reveals that he is a job switcher and really is a novice. But with the years of experience he had in a cleanup squad, fighting against some magic monsters ended up kind of making him reach his limit and allowed him to improve more and more his combat skills. After all, his current physical growth is amplified by the development he had in the past, so he just needed to stay focused on the battlefield, and he could defeat any monster now. Now, having said all that, the noble finds it all complicated, so to resolve it all, he ends up explaining that naturally, they became stronger with some better equipment. He says that equipment for him wasn't something that would replace that system of ours. So what he needs to do is just increase his level, because the higher his level, the stronger he gets. The system appears, asking for our one to be a little more careful, or not so much, since his speed is already high enough, and that if he receives damage there, the system will make the damage be returned to the target that was hitting him. And only with a constantly strengthening body and strong equipment could he definitely win it all. While he was talking with our noble here, he ends up noticing another monster appearing. At that moment, the noble approaches Qing and asks him to wait a bit as he knew Qing was going to kill the boss. For this, he wanted to make his final entry. He was a Chip Chim, but not just a common Chip Chim, as he can also use lightning as a spell he thinks is a powerful attack. And with his lightning, he could, up to the moment where he sees Qing advancing towards the boy, who ends up hitting a fireball squarely, completely defeating the boy. At this moment, he can't believe it. He just stands there with his mouth open, and after activating the resistance, his courage elements drop significantly. Now, for him, it will be easier to hit a critical elemental damage, so he uses an explosive flame that hits the other statue, knocking it to the side, the head of that boy. The boy's head almost hits our noble, but he dodges. Now that he dodged, he stands there with his mouth open. Right now, he had just seen a fireball, whereas what he used is an instant blast flame, which is considered a third-order ability, and thus, the noble. He shouts that this was impossible. Class-swapping physical fighters generally cannot learn elemental spells. Now, he wonders how he did that. Qing, on the other hand, ignores his question. He only advances toward the boss. However, one of the bosses prepares to grab our hero, but Qing easily dodges this attack. After dodging this attack, we observe that he used a strategy. He used that boss as an attack as well because we see that the strike hit his companion squarely. Now that the boss was hit, he can then use an ability of his, which allows him to hit the boss directly, who is easily destroyed. He now used courage to reflect the boss's damage that almost hit him. This trick he used is one he hadn't even thought of. Now that he's fallen to the ground, we see that one of the bosses was more prepared than ever. He then advances toward our hero. Now that he used that ability with the red slime, he cannot use anything else to defend or escape this attack. And so, not knowing what else to do, he uses that shield he ended up taking almost by accident from some people. But even using this powerful shield, that strike ends up breaking the shield completely, throwing him against the wall in the back. Yet even so, he would not be defeated. The attack patterns of these monsters vary. They even prioritize the weaknesses of players and sometimes vary from the strongest monsters he has somehow encountered in the battlefield. If his body didn't have sufficient attribute support, these hits he had received before would have been dangerous enough for him to die. But now we see that statue again preparing a new attack, as the speed of the attacks was constantly increasing. After the high-speed attacks, he suddenly stops mid-attack, using this to his advantage because he manages to hit his targets a bit more easily. So the idea is not to dodge the attacks. The more you dodge this monster's attack, the easier it becomes for it to bring you down. So he ends up thinking he has to find a way to withstand and also face the attacks head-on, because if he doesn't do this, it's very likely that our dear Qing will be easily brought down by this boss. The little story continues there soon. Then one of them runs towards our hero. Even after trying that statue in a punch-up, he still thinks it wasn't enough. He even thought he was using another move while he was basically on the back foot. At that moment, he ends up using his fireball, which flies towards the statue, hitting its face directly. Well, the face is destroyed, not completely though, because minutes later, we see our hero there jumping upwards, since that guy there, the statue, landed a heavy hit on him. At this moment, jumping upwards, he asks his companion to stay put because his advice would make him die a bit faster. However, our hero realizes he has to be faster than that and also much stronger than that. At that moment, he summons those hands, the hands of the system, which go towards that monster. At this moment, his companion below then opens his mouth again and sees that he was using a new ability. At that moment, we observe that living beings cannot be recycled, and then the system would have to disappear. But it wasn't necessary, because we see that the golem was powerful. It activated a lightning ability that almost undid our hero's hands, but it wasn't necessary because the next moment, the reflection in his eyes shows the protagonist advancing towards him with the dagger he had prepared. He then flew towards its eyes. Now, he asks him to withstand the strongest blow he has. At that moment, he hits one of its eyes, but at that moment this eye was defeated, though another one remained, which helped it to find our hero very quickly. At that moment, having found him, it then prepares a slap on the face, like the kind of slap you give to a fly that's just hovering in the air. At that moment, it hits our protagonist with such ease that it threw the guy with such force to the ground that it literally made him lose the course of life. But to disbelief, we see that the golem, besides being strong and overpowered, has healing abilities. Moreover, it ended up depleting 70% of its health with its common attacks. But he realizes that the attributes of the golem or the boss were kind of accumulating, and if this continues, it's very likely that the battle will never end or will end with the defeat of our hero's group. Since he wants to fight, he will then fight until death. At that moment, he realizes that destiny was inevitable, and if he rests for even a moment, he will die. And for that, he will be placing a bet. He will be betting all his health and life to defeat this boss, and he cannot lose under any circumstances. With this, he can gain as much strength as he desires. At that moment, he also ends up activating a buff effect. As soon as he activates this ability, he advances towards the boss to end this fight. He needs to land just one single powerful blow. At this moment, advancing, we see the golem acting firsthand. It ends up clapping its hands together with the expectation of defeating him. It goes for it, but our hero ends up dodging. Not only dodging, but also slicing its fingers. Thus, he advances towards its other eye. Not quite an eye, though, because he just went through the boss and ended up destroying half of it. His companion clearly starts thinking that our hero surpassed the strength of his boss or his enemy. Now that he defeated such a powerful boss like that, he ends up kind of wondering if one day he will be able to challenge him in a fight. Once he defeated the boss, the system appears to give those congratulations for killing the boss. But first, he makes that daily shake and starts drinking it to get a little stronger. Once he drank that shake, He then throws the cups on the ground. Now with his health fully restored and mana also at maximum, he feels happy and relieved for having defeated the boss. But now that he defeated this boss, he realizes that this boss was basically looking for opponents, so strong like our hero, and this perhaps satisfied his fighting instinct, only now he needed to start that certain operation. Then his hands leak out of the system and head toward the statues that were all defeated on the ground. That pool of our hero's stuff ends up sucking all of it into its own dimension. His companion wonders what kind of hands those were. They were strange. Besides, after these hands appeared, they made the corpses that were here in front of him disappear, being taken to another dimension. Looking closer, he realizes this guy was eating the boss's body, meaning those tentacles were summoned by him, and he had never seen an ability like that. Now that he looked more closely, this person seemed to be more precise in being a more terrifying person than a monster. Soon after, to recycle, the system states that the recycling was successful, granting our protagonist some cards and abilities. The first ability was the multiple swords card, which requires a sword, a longsword, or a katana to use. However, using this ability, your opponent will gain extremely good strength. Yet there was another card, which was also an ability, called Provocation. This ability summons some monsters to be yours, forcing them to attack. But the ability above was basically a characteristic ability used by noble knights. The other ability is centered on the use of a shield, but for him, it seems he would never use shields that much. Still, he preferred to keep those abilities, as they seemed powerful for now and would remain with him. While he was completely alarmed by the power of our hero, he notices something happening behind him, making him turn around. What appeared was a chest. At this moment, to avoid being caught by the chest's weight, he jumps to the side. As soon as he jumps, the system appears, saying that he could invest in equipment. When he opens this chest, he might have a chance to obtain good or perfect random equipment. But now that he saw this chest up close, he remembers the last time when he was a scavenger. Some people said that when you defeat an abyss boss, you get some sort of reward. This reward was a chest, the abyss chest. However, there is also a chance of finding something else. What he found here now is even better than a chest. This was the iron altar, which gives many good things. Approaching it, he realizes this event was basically an event that granted very rare rewards within the abyss. Now that he got closer, he wonders how he has such luck to find things like this. Now that he stopped to think, he realizes the difficulty accumulates and continuously increases the probability of an event appearing that will grant extremely good rewards. But for now, he just needs to keep striving to continue climbing and collecting good rewards. This dagger in his hand was a good investment. His friend then asks him to stop stalling and invest more in his equipment. What he can do is level up this equipment, these armors, everything he has, to the purple level. Currently, he can try to do this, but the talent he has only allows him to reach level 1, so he cannot do anything further. Now that he stopped to think, he realizes that this guy was still a level 1 guy, so he couldn't do many things. But fighting against those strong-level monsters there, how could he do that? It's just that he doesn't have many options. He now has to be improving some things. So, he throws the sword he had in hand into the cauldrons. At this moment, the system appears, saying that if he puts that dagger there, something might happen and fail. And if he fails, he loses all his equipment. But fine, right? He's ours. So he throws the dagger, and you already know what happens. He's going to succeed. At the moment, he stops to think, right? He deduces here for us that the percentage might basically be reaching 100%. A good question now. So with this doubt, he just does the following. He takes the dagger and asks the system to improve it. Sometime later, we observe the system appearing, saying that the dagger was successfully improved, turning that dagger into basically a knife or a small sword. At this moment, after observing this new sword in his hand, he notices that its appearance seems basically good and already weaponized as a legendary class. Its statistics were actually good. The sword, which had a name called Trash, had an attack of 30. Still, the system asks if he liked the sword. Of course he liked it. Meanwhile, his friend thinks, "What luck! what luck he has, his luck in getting good statistics. Then he shouts to our hero to wait a bit. These two swords he has basically have quite trash statistics. He considers this sword complete trash, and it even seems like the monsters have their lucky days more than he does. But right? He might even think this was trash. And now, stopping to think, he's more than right. Because at this moment, he ends up kind of wondering if perhaps he had never seen a divine-level piece of equipment before. While complaining, our hero throws that sword of his aside. Shortly after throwing his sword to the side, he just realizes that the sword, which was going in another direction, ends up quickly returning to his hand. This weapon can basically be thrown anywhere, and just by saying something, that sword automatically appears in his hand. He can use this as much as he wants. Now, with this ability, this guy will become much stronger, but that trash weapon might not allow it. Still, he ends up kind of wondering if, perhaps, he is the one designing the true forms of divine equipment in this world. However, our protagonist wanted to use this cauldron more and more, but he knows that if he leaves this abyss, he will basically lose it. So he just calls for us that system of his, which appears in his hands and goes toward the cauldron, pulling the cauldron into his system. After a few minutes, our protagonist's system sucked in the cauldron, transforming that cauldron into a card that can basically activate it at any moment, giving him the chance to forge any type of equipment again. Well, in the end, the reward event also became something he can use at any moment. Next time he gets good materials, he'll use this cauldron, which will make his sword, now considered trash, improve more and more. Because even if his improvement fails, or the weapon breaks, he can recycle and recreate other swords, making much better swords with a more powerful aspect. Since, at the moment, he was already tired of using daggers, now he wants to try new weapons. Now he can try to use these two weapons, which are dual wielders. At this moment, his companion approaches him and asks if using two unknown weapons at the same time will basically give him a penalty. This penalty could affect his speed or attack precision. His attack precision, which was previously perfect, will basically become useless, which makes many transmigrators. In this world that uses these types of weapons, leaving that aside, some don't even use them anymore because they caused some disadvantages. And he only understands in the end that this crazy guy, through new skills, was choosing something that would basically make him useless. But our hero literally throws a 0 at the guy and focuses entirely on his little system because he asks the system to open the skill enhancement. He still doesn't know how to use the dual sword skill, but he can use 10 BP to speed up and update his knowledge about dual swords. He realizes that this thing, which can be obtained through useless junk, can be used to repair weapons as well as to increase his single sword skill or some other skill. And if he uses 10 BP points, he can make his class reach rank D, then he can use 20 to reach C, then 30 to reach B, and then 40 to reach rank A. Finally, with so many points he has there, he can basically maximize his proficiency, leaving the two of them completely speechless. His companion still doesn't understand, but he wonders what he will be doing until some system screens decide to appear. At this moment, when it appeared, we observe his class reaching several ranks, and in the end, it achieved rank S proficiency. Now, with so many hacks and new skills, he kind of advances a bit further. However, he notices that a new door decided to appear. They could enter until then. His friend, addicted to crazy fights, kind of steps back, saying this was already his limit, since he still has a lot of money in the world and wants to spend a bit more on some things. He loves life. Meanwhile, our protagonist, if he doesn't, just follows the path ahead because the gate was about to open. But at the moment it opens, we observe a system screen saying the danger was extreme. This nerve, which wasn't here a little while ago, then asks his friend to dodge because it was extremely dangerous to stay here. Even dodging, his companion's hand ended up being devoured. Still, he realized his armor was more powerful, but with just one attack, that thing ate his hand. So this whole time, the real boss hadn't appeared yet. It was still deep in the back of this cave, staring intently at the portal's guard. He realizes something dangerous was about to come. At this moment, something came out of that portal like a shadow. To avoid being caught, he clearly uses his rank S daggers to dispel those mysterious shadows. But even dispelling them, he notices now something was arriving. A foot steps out of that portal. Once it came out, we observed that the boss that had just appeared was a dark elf. Its attributes, which the system also shows us, include gravity control. If you have a strong point in mind control or something like that, this creature is basically against you because it has high absorption. Furthermore, this creature has a death obsession. The demonic strike is its powerful attack. At the moment, this guy was looking for some prey, and he was basically trembling to hunt for new opponents. And we clearly already know who those new opponents of this dark elf will be. Our protagonist. Our story continues in chapter 41, where we see that guy who appeared from that portal. Of course, he begins walking toward his companion, who ended up losing an arm in this situation. At that moment, he takes a step forward, seemingly about to grab him. But from behind, we see Qing, who wouldn't allow that to happen. Using the wolf card, he commands the beast to move away from his friend. Now, holding one of the weapons in his hand, he might be able to achieve greater speed. However, by also using the wolf card, he gains an even greater speed that allows him to use this to his advantage to distract the boss's attention toward himself. As he says this, he positions himself in front of the boss, holding back the attack so his friend can escape. His friend starts running in another direction. At that moment, Qing deflects some of the attacks that were aimed at the protagonist, launching them backward while hitting the boss. Yet, as he looks at him, he realizes nothing happened. At this moment, he activates another mode, making himself stronger than before. He pushes the protagonist aside, causing him to fall to the ground. Qing thinks the attack was effective, but he knows he still cannot let the boss advance, as his goal is to defeat the weaker one. Once again, we see the boss preparing an attack to strike at his companion. This time, however, the companion who was with our protagonist couldn't escape. He ended up being split in two. As he is split, the scene shifts to outside the portal. There, we see that the companion who had brought that crazy guy to the dungeon notices someone inside has died. Now, there's only one life signal left inside the portal. The chubby man below starts laughing, already thinking that the level 1 hunter ended up dying. It wasn't much of a surprise, was it? He was bound to die after all, since this abyss is for level 30 and above, with legendary difficulty. A novice at level 1 couldn't survive a dungeon like this. Either way, the chubby man says that the level 1 hunter likely fought against some legendary monsters, which at least gave some meaning to his life. Now it's just a matter of waiting. If he survives inside, he'll probably have to endure a bit longer, as a powerful hunting group is likely on its way to protect them, possibly. However, another person mentions that legendary creatures like the ones they're fighting tend to drop very rare items. Anyone would want to grab those. After all, they're necessary for ordinary people to make significant progress in this circle, and no one else should covet the item he got. Then, the scene cuts back inside the portal. Now that the boss has achieved his first victory, he starts staring at something high above. After looking for a moment, he glances in another direction, at our protagonist. He notices an extremely powerful aura emanating from him. For the boss, this isn't entirely bad news, as he now gets to fight such a powerful monster. If he wins, he'll gain plenty of good items. Moreover, without the other guy to protect him, the protagonist apologizes and asks to borrow his body for a few minutes, as he might need some of the abilities it holds. So, he activates those hands of his system. The monster, of course, notices this happening but doesn't do anything, merely watching. Meanwhile, the system informs him that the hands appeared and devoured some powers. They also managed to acquire good items from him, and he learned some dual sword techniques. Thus, the proficiency of HSD should be sufficient to master most of this monster's abilities. Now turned out differently with a monster like this. It only asks for that thing to come to this medicine, and its request is clearly answered in a fraction of a second because it flies in its direction, closer than ever before. It ends up widening its eyes, but it could not fall behind. Using its two dual weapons, it managed to defend against the first attack, but even so, it was still not enough. So, it ends up kind of using those arms of its to escape from there. Now, behind it, we see our Ye King appearing. But at the moment he showed up, he uses that weapon of his to try to strike a great blow against it. Only at that moment, as he tries to pierce this monster from behind, we quickly observe the boss dodging our protagonist's attack. At the moment it dodged, it then already counterattacks Ye King. Ye King just saw a V-shaped slash coming his way, but he easily dodged it. However, the boss did not stop and launched another counterattack, but again, he dodged it. Dodging, he stands there in shock, realizing his clones didn't work against a boss like this. Facing this boss, he saw what he needed to do to defeat this thing. But now he only thought of one thing, defending himself, because if he couldn't do that, he would die, as his health was already very low, and he wasn't managing to find time to recover it. At this rate, the only outcome would perhaps be death, but the system appears, saying the boss was using the gravity ability. At that moment, a kind of black hole appears in the boss's palm, which scares our protagonist. However, he doesn't have much of a reaction left. That black hole pulls our hero towards the boss. Unable to do anything, he only takes a solid punch to the chin, which kind of sends him flying a bit far away. After the dust settles, he thinks that his health still hasn't recovered even a little. And even worse, this boss won't let him recover his life. But still, he knows he has a trump card he might use to perhaps defeat this boss. That was that tree. Oh, that boss-like monster he defeated before, which recovered extremely fast. As Ye King thinks about using this card to his advantage, we observe the boss disappearing. In a matter of minutes, it appears beside our protagonist. To avoid being hit by this dimensional slash coming at him, he dodges to the side, but that wasn't enough, for again, it strikes another blow. However, again, he dodges every strike this boss made against him. But the boss saw that this guy was managing to escape too much. Then it uses that gravity ability again, and once more, a black hole appears in the palm of its hand. Our Ye King is once again caught by this ability and thus is pulled toward the boss, flying and getting closer to the boss. He saw that he couldn't do anything else, but at that moment, he noticed the boss was preparing to do something. It was using a type of attack that would break the kid into pieces. But he realized he couldn't stand still, so he does something that ends up kind of helping him get rid of this thing. Once he escaped, we only observed some damage on the ground. At that moment, his sword falls near the foot of this boss. Now that he got up, he saw that he still hadn't managed to recover even a single HP, and now he only has 1 HP left. What will he do? In the end, he only discovered that, at the moment of death, you always find the right way to defeat something. And this, perhaps, is a valuable lesson you can learn a lot from. His strong opponents once again, and he thanks that opponent in front of him for teaching him this. Thus, he ends up somewhat moving his hand forward, asking for that weapon of his, which was lying on the ground, to fly in his direction. The boy, not understanding anything, only sees that sword near his foot lifting into the air. Now, with those 2 daggers in his hands, we see Ye King advancing in his direction, asking him to try one more time and withstand one more of his blows. However, before he could hit our boss, the boy suddenly jumps upward, dodging his attack. But that's not all. Boss decides to attack our protagonist. Yet again, our protagonist dodges, asking for one last chance. He is learning more in this battle, as his development has been remarkable. Even Boss notices that our protagonist has grown stronger. He even uses his sword to defend himself, but now has absolute certainty that, this time, here and now, he will manage to do something significant, perhaps cut something off of Boss. With his sword raised back, he charges toward the boy. But even though he uses all his potential, he realizes that every passing minute, this boss also becomes much faster and stronger. Yet, he too needed to become faster and stronger. Thus he manages to achieve a remarkable feat, cutting off one of Boss's horns. At that moment, realizing his horn was cut off, Boss becomes extremely enraged and tries to hit our protagonist. But it's useless, as the protagonist leaps upward, gaining a more panoramic view of Boss. Then he uses his most powerful skill again. At that moment, the ability lands squarely on the boy. However, with each blow he lands on Boss, Boss grows increasingly furious with our protagonist. At this point, we see Boss flying toward Ye King. Ye King was about to be split in two like that other guy, but for this, Ye King, wielding his S-rank swords, defends himself against the attack. Yet those weapons proved futile, as his weapon ended up being split in two. As soon as it was broken, Ye King was thrown far back, but to avoid hitting the ground, he leaps backward. When he lands, he realizes the swords could not keep up with the power and speed. Still, this wasn't a problem for him. For him, what he now held in his hands was trash. And he knows one thing: trash is recyclable. At that moment, he has millions and millions of options to recover or restore those broken swords. Thus, he sends the sword into the system. Minutes later, the sword returns to his hand, fully restored. Now that he has completely recovered the sword, he points it in Boss's direction. At this moment, pointing the sword at Boss, things begin to change. His eyes reflect more power, and unlike before, he will no longer let Boss counterattack him. At that moment, after pointing the sword in his direction, a slash is emitted, landing directly on the head, on the eye in the middle of Boss's forehead. To be more specific, not just the forehead, but the entire body of Boss. Half of his life ended up crawling on his knees now for our protagonist. We observe him advancing now, and when he's facing forward, he realizes his HP bar is exposed. He then asks the Boss not to be trembling out of fear, since for our protagonist, there's nothing left for him to fear. However, upon saying this, the system appears saying that the Boss, the Fia de D Master, has increased a lot. At this moment, he stands up as the ground shakes intensely, and the scene cuts outside the portal, where we then observe the protagonist's group. The 10-10 guy ends up being praised by someone, saying that if it weren't for him, they probably wouldn't have made it as far as they did. The singer only says that he should thank her for being stronger, since she was the one who caused 90% of the damage to the monster alone. Meanwhile, she says that the two of them were extremely useless, and it didn't help to stay close to them. After exiting the portal, he wonders why so many people were there in front of the portal, where our protagonist was inside. To that, this person responds that inside the portal there were 2 life signs, but then he affirms that no one in the abyss survived. Meanwhile, others, after hearing this, say that this was just an incident, not an accident. Meanwhile, a cleaning group finally arrives at the location, and since everyone inside died, there's no need to worry anymore. By entering, they could get the legendary items that were inside, but they needed to give 100% to defeat the boss, who was probably the strongest one in there. At this moment, as they give small warnings that no one from those masses survived, we observe the 10-10 singer, who has a huge doubt about how no one from those masses survived without knowing the answer. A guard appears and tells him not to approach, as this is a special test, and he can't go any further. At this moment, the 10-10 singer completely ignores the guy and then asks them to move forward to at least rescue one of those people inside the portal. But for this guy turns around and proudly states why they should go inside to rescue trash. He sees plenty of trash in front of him and even sees some inside. But if any of those trash inside the portal asks for a rescue signal, he can send some people in to try to rescue them. Even so, rescuing them would be a good deal for the equipment they have. At least with equipment, that guy inside wouldn't just be recyclable trash. However, the 10-10 singer just says that his boss wasn't trash, and that he said his boss would get out of the abyss. Before entering the portal, his boss, our Ye King, had affirmed that he would be able to leave the portal, and no matter what, he always believes what he says. And today we continue with, he points in your direction, and then says that, well, he was trash. Well, 2 pieces of trash went in there. The basics were as follows. To go in there as well, get those who were inside and put them out, burying them in the place where they came from. Now, with that said, he asks the hunters to proceed, and inside, they should cause chaos and collect all the best resources in there. But a mysterious voice from inside the portal says there was no need for anyone to go inside. Everyone is startled. Al-V follows immediately, and then a foot. This foot, we soon see, belongs to our protagonist. He emerges from the portal completely wrecked. He still didn't know how he was supposed to pass Ted's test, so he ended up grabbing the main item from the boss. Maybe this would make him pass the test they planned for our hero. Soon after, his friend, the protagonist's companion, cries with joy upon seeing that his friend was happy. Then, after leaving the portal, he starts advancing toward the group of those extras who wanted to try their luck and enter the portal. Approaching one of these extras, he places in front of them a token he managed to obtain, even succeeding in killing the boss. Then he wonders if this would complete his test. As soon as he shows it, how could this be possible? Well, it was impossible. His level was level 1. How did he manage to get through in there? Now, looking closer, they start to notice something. What he held in his hand was a golden rune stone. And now that the legend is in hand, they ask how he managed to obtain that thing. But our protagonist didn't want to explain anything to this person. So he takes that token he obtained and hands it to this person, saying that he completed his test. Now he can leave and get his certificate, but the person still wanted an answer. The golden rune stone was a token that could only be obtained after defeating the legendary monster. Then, turning toward him, this person wonders if, by chance, he managed to kill the legendary monster. At this moment, knowing he must answer, he turns and says that yes, he killed it. He killed it down to the depths of the abyss, and not a single monster was left alive in there. But still looking at this token, this person remains skeptical. This was impossible. The boy was level 1, but perhaps they think the boss that appeared in there might have been a lower-level legendary monster. But even as a lower form, it was impossible. There's no way a scavenger could kill a legendary-level monster or survive an event like that. That girl then points toward our protagonist and says that the guy who went in with him, with the chosen class, was perhaps the one who killed it. But in the end, the one who took all the credit was our protagonist. This might be something they could believe, knowing that our protagonist is a liar. Now, trembling with fear, she points in his direction, claiming that he, the protagonist, ended up having to kill the chosen one. This now makes him a team killer, a guy who shouldn't basically have access to that thing he wanted. As soon as he says this, your friend starts pointing in your direction, pointing at that person, and begins to say, "How dare she speak such nonsense?" Your friend would never do something as disgusting as that. He clearly survived on his own strength. She still doesn't believe it, approaches our hero, and now they wonder how a scavenger could have such strength. And now, he only managed to survive up to this point because of that chosen hunter, L. If not for his betrayal, it's likely that the one to come out alive from that dungeon wouldn't have been our hero, but instead, that chosen hunter. After saying this kind of filth again, your friend approaches and says, "No, he also wouldn't betray anyone. He could even investigate more deeply what really happened inside the dungeon. Since entering the dungeon, the body of that chosen one remains there." But the protagonist asks them to wait a moment, then says they won't find the body of the chosen one. After saying this, someone ends up coming out of the portal. Minutes later, this person ends up confirming that he was right. There was no one left in the abyss. Not a single human or monster alive in there. An empty abyss. Perhaps it was just a bug, but our protagonist no longer has anything to prove about what happened inside the dungeon because the supervisors suddenly feel the need to invent stupid rules. Moreover, the idea of turning him into a team killer was the most stupid thing he had heard all year, leaving the girl totally speechless. She can't say anything more. But after all this, he asks her to tell him what is necessary for him to pass this evaluation, or if he has already passed. She admits she was wrong, but doesn't admit to wanting to tell them the truth. So she ends up saying that Ye King somehow passed and also earned the certification of a hunter from the National Committee. Now his level is comparable to a very high-rank hunter. At that moment, another person appears and says that now that he's qualified, he can participate in the principal hunter groups. Perhaps now King is satisfied. Not satisfied? Maybe it's not just that. At this moment, the Serdali Shinga appears. All the guards present there are happy with her presence. Everyone approaches her, and it seems like they're having a friendly chat. But as she gets closer, she starts to say that anyone who possesses the golden rune can apply to a hunting group. However, for King, this wasn't necessary, because King could create his own hunting group. He doesn't need to join one. Now, she approaches our hero, and now she wonders if he mentioned her name just a moment ago. He says no, but at that moment she knew. She understood everything that was happening here and now. Turning around with a threatening face, she ends up saying that every hunting group from the World Committee present here or any other person who possesses a golden token is basically allowed to join any group, all because she didn't want to let him become, essentially, what he had just become a short while ago. If she was doing this, it meant she was trying to sabotage everything. But she ends up saying that wasn't what she meant to say. Yet, she continues to say that this golden token in her hand isn't something that could be given to our protagonist, even though he managed to obtain it. And she has already chosen a very interesting person to give this golden token to. As soon as she says this, our singer appears and says it was a waste. How so? How could it be a waste to give this thing to our brother, our King? Shortly after saying this, the hunters behind begin to tell the truth. If by chance they knew about the Mora rules, that this type of committee ends up creating out of nowhere, they wouldn't even basically be in this place since it wasn't worth it at all. Everyone then starts talking, but she just asks everyone to shut up, already saying there that if someone were to create a group like our protagonist was intending to create, it wasn't necessary because our protagonist was weak. And for someone to create a group, it was necessary to be in rank B or a rank higher than that. Right after saying this, she starts saying that before he joined Abyss, he only had a D-level rank, and the energy stones didn't lie. If by chance he showed a D rank level, everyone in the committee would most certainly laugh in his face. But someone grabs the sensor and starts measuring his power. Then they say that the level detection stone was fluctuating from level A to S. After measuring for a good while, the stone being used to measure the power of our hero suddenly explodes in the man's hands. Everyone is startled, and she then looks in his direction and realizes she made a mistake. Looking in his direction, he was furious and also emanated a somewhat strong aura. He approaches her, and she is startled. But after all that, others end up saying that the stone used to measure levels might have gone crazy or was perhaps broken. However, minutes later, our protagonist says that they could all call him trash or think he was. But today, he heard many things for no reason. He didn't like any of them, and his final reason for being here was to get certification to earn a class upgrade. In the end, he doesn't want to cause any trouble. Looking closely, she notices he was emanating an extremely powerful aura, even outside the Abyss. Now she wonders if he might attack an Abyss supervisor. But no, our protagonist simply says he will not attack her, but instead take back what was his. At this moment, he extends his hand toward her. Minutes later, after extending his hand, that object in her hand starts floating and moves toward him. Moments later, it lands in his hand. That level meter from before must have been broken, so he picks up another one to measure his current level, but he still doesn't believe it. Looking closer now, he realizes that the level meter was basically unstable at the moment. This seemed to be almost on the verge of exploding. After having humiliated our protagonist in front of everyone, he starts emitting even more aura near himself. Then he says that after this humiliation, he asks the bare minimum foe them to stop humiliating anyone who seems weak to them. The device in his hand explodes, and in the end, he manages to see his classification. Our hero's classification was above S. At this moment, after saying this, our hero ends up suggesting that they change the method of measuring other people's power so they wouldn't embarrass themselves anymore. Now she starts saying that maybe all this time, our protagonist had been hiding his real power. This might be impossible since no one in the world has ever done that. Suddenly, that girl from before appears behind our hero. It starts by praising him and also congratulating him for having managed to pass through that dungeon, which is extremely difficult. I don't know if he wants to sweat a little, but also the test should have been a bit easier for our hero. Well, it should have been easier if, at the beginning, he had used his name. By using his name, anyone here would basically follow his orders or something like that. Now that she looks at that boy, she realizes that maybe he might be a completely different person since he was very close to the family there. Maybe, from the beginning, he ended up telling the lie that he was a scavenger. Her doubt remains strong since the other one here ends up saying that everything he went through was difficulty in vain because these people here ended up putting it on our protagonist. Also, she should have given our hero some good armor. But after all that, he ends up saying how he could be using his name when, even there, he entered the dungeon just a little while ago and managed to basically make everyone think he was a team killer. Saying he was an ally was basically an insult. And to make them believe in his true strength, he needed to use brute force. But after all that singer of ours, 10 out of 10, looks at the cousin of his group and realizes that standing in front of him was our Lin Chingan. After introducing her, he introduces his friend to her. At that moment, she recognizes him and recalls seeing him somewhere. He ends up affirming that once, on her birthday, he ended up participating in an event. He went as a singer. Now that he mentioned it, she starts to remember a very bad rap from her party, which basically ruined her whole birthday party. He is totally saddened to know that the rap he sang there at her birthday party was a complete disaster. But now, she turns in his direction and ends up inviting him to have a party at her house for having managed to pass the test. He ends up thinking, "My house? It's okay, I guess." But after thinking a little more, he shouts, "My house! That's impossible!" Our protagonist, along with singer 1010, falls to the ground. The other one is saddened by hearing the truth, but Our Lady says that no, she didn't want to invite someone so rich like her to such a small and cramped place. To make things even worse, he lives in a rented place in a completely poor area. He even thinks she would laugh at him, but if it's that inconvenient, she thinks she should change. Thus, our protagonist ends up agreeing. After all, there's one thing he doesn't want her to find out. Knowing that the next day there will be a party, he invites our singer 1010 to participate in the singing. He could sing his rap again. He gets sad because he would face the truth again, but now that he has passed the test, he could rest and could basically celebrate at night. She also considers giving him a good gift. Thus, they begin to say goodbye. She would leave and see him at night the next day. Saying goodbye in the car, our protagonist ends up feeling happy and content with that. But after all that, he needs to go to the barbershop to change his look a little bit, because going to a party the next day like this would be shameful. After saying that, he returns to his house. At night, he arrives there and his sister, noticing he has arrived, ends up asking if, by chance, he didn't go to the meeting. In the end, our hero says he did. She said it was likely he went to a goblin or orc-type meeting, and the most specific place for the meeting was perhaps inside a dungeon. Right after that, she gets extremely angry for him lying to her, but he says he's fine. His legs, his arms, everything was connected. A few minutes later, she says he needs to go to the hospital because his injuries on his body were pretty severe. But they say there's no need. What he needs at the moment is a good bath. Thus, he ends up entering the bathroom and turning on the shower. We then observe the damage from those fights he had against that S-rank boy. At that moment in the bath, he begins to notice some things that are completely on his body. It was also by sheer luck that his sister didn't see him in this terrible state. Looking now, he realizes that some of the damage he managed to cause when he was an amateur inside the dungeon is on his body. Now he realizes that it will take a few months to recover fully. But now he calls the system after the system. He ended up realizing something. After defeating that black orf, he ended up noticing something in the system. Something appears saying reincarnation. After that, we just go back to the death of the boss. He falls to the ground. We observe several very good items there that appeared for him. Now that he killed the system, appears congratulating our protagonist. Our protagonist is also happy for having managed to kill the Black Orf without even getting hurt, and now he does the basics that was that basic recycling. At this moment, we observe our protagonist happier. This was the main ability, and that Black Orf used, this was incredible for him. Now, he is basically happy because now he managed to get one of the best and most powerful items, but also for having killed Avon the boss. He ended up earning some points. 140 points. Our protagonist is also happy, so he takes those points and ends up distributing them equally, as he did. Back then, in each part of his state, he divides 1 point for each one. In the end, our protagonist managed to distribute for everything in his system, so that everything is equally balanced. But at this moment, the system appears saying that our protagonist has added all the points that should have been added. Now he can no longer make any more additions there to his states. And now he has gained something new, or a new chance reincarnation. Reincarnating, you can basically restart your entire level. You can also have a second awakening by accepting this thing from the system. He would be able to increase his level more and more. Also, his attribute limit could be greatly increased. Now that he saw this, he is sad and at the same time happy, because hunters who reach the maximum attribute level in the system have the chance to reset to level 0. He will basically go back to the beginning where everything started. But now that stat restriction he has could be broken, but also he hesitates about changing classes. But after seeing everything that happened today in that dungeon, he ends up thinking about changing, since his goal is always to get stronger, because he always wants to protect what's left of his family, because his goal is still far from being achieved. Also, limits are something he no longer wants to accept. His growth can still grow much more, so he needs to basically break or overcome. Our story then continues with our hero still inside the bathroom. At this moment, he says that he would not accept being basically degraded to a point where he can no longer stand it. So, he accepts the proposal given by the system. At the moment he accepts, he ends up shouting, which kind of startles his sister. But just then, a system screen appears saying that reincarnation was successful. He ends up somewhat increasing his growth limit, but he is surprised to see that he hasn't gone back to square one. He also starts looking at his body and notices that the scar that was there before has disappeared. Just as he realizes this, his sister shows up at the door, saying that his clothes are covered in blood. She wonders how he managed to cause so much damage to his body. However, because she barged into the bathroom, all we can see is the protagonist's reaction to seeing her. On the other hand, she sees his reaction as even stranger. At that moment, due to his unexpected reaction, an explosion suddenly occurs in the protagonist's house. After the explosion subsides, we see the image of our hero transforming into that bear. She transformed into that again. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to another location, at the equipment auction in Shangfeng City. The goods obtained from the abyss are quite diverse, so they need to be carefully identified so that the seller and buyer can properly conduct their transactions. Besides the black market, the only option is to sell them in a formal environment. Finally, the best equipment is selected to be auctioned and sold. While thinking about advancing to sell his items, one of the guards appears, questioning what he is doing there, as he clearly doesn't look like a buyer or an auctioneer. However, our protagonist says otherwise, claiming that he is indeed an auctioneer and is there to auction or evaluate some items for the auction. The guard doesn't believe him and starts questioning what kind of class he belongs to that would make some people so surprised. The protagonist ends up stating that even if he reached his maximum limit of rank 5, it's doubtful that people's impressions of him would be better than nothing. He then mentions that he is rank 1. The guard, unimpressed, pushes the protagonist out of the auction, stating that many wealthy people are inside and rich people don't like individuals like him in there. You know how it is. Knowing he is about to be expelled from the auction, the protagonist pulls out one of the weapons he obtained from that dungeon earlier. At that moment, he wonders if he can evaluate it himself. He begins to question whether the guard is joking because he needs to evaluate such a trash piece of equipment. But since the protagonist insists, the guard agrees. He retrieves a device and then we see it analyzing the equipment our protagonist holds. However, the equipment shows a power level of 0. After seeing this, the guard asks him to leave, saying the item he holds is garbage and that he might as well throw it away. The guard even says he'll do him the favor of not charging the evaluation fee for such trash. But as our hero lets the item fall to the ground, he notices that this dagger has an excellent sharpness. He takes a closer look at the dagger, using a glass evaluator. After observing it for a moment, he realizes that the equipment is unique, the Void Rift Dagger. This unique dagger allows the user to create a small portal in a certain location, enabling teleportation within a 30-meter radius to the spot where the dagger is thrown. Now that he realizes this item is perfect, he also understands that just moments ago, he almost lost it to someone else. Going back a few hours, we see the protagonist working hard to ensure he can support his sister in a hotel. For now, he can no longer stay at home, so he'll have to live in a storage room for a few days. Spending his savings that he had gathered otherwise, he would lose everything. But at this moment, he called upon our system because he realized that earlier he had spent 200 million won to renovate the house destroyed by his sister. At that moment, he opened the system to see if there were any weapons he could put up for auction to sell. If he could do that, he might manage to get a good amount of money, but he noticed that perhaps at the auction there were many similar items, as most of the equipment he had was not of perfect quality. Beginner players with a lot of cash tend to buy this kind of equipment, but as soon as they level up or change jobs, they often throw away or discard the equipment they bought since, in the eyes of the wealthy, this equipment in the system is basically trash and difficult to sell. The weapons he currently had didn't have great advantages in combat and couldn't be sold for a high price, as they wouldn't fetch much. Maybe with the weapons in hand, he could sell them for a reasonable price, like 1,000 or a few cents. However, while exploring his system, he discovered the option to reinforce or reform some items. It was like a Minecraft craft table, where you pull it from the system and it comes out on top of you. At that moment, he wondered if he could use it outside the abyss. But as soon as he activated it, he looked up and saw that the workbench appeared right next to him. To avoid being caught, he ran to the side and then came back, noticing the craft table right in front of him. Realizing it appeared outside the abyss, he felt happy because now he could take low-quality equipment and upgrade it to perfect quality. He began devising strategies to make infinite money. He then pulled out one of the weakest daggers from his inventory. At that moment, he noticed that this very low-level equipment could be upgraded to epic level and later to legendary classification, which would increase the equipment's value tenfold with each improvement made on the craft table. This weapon he now held could be sold at auction for approximately 10,000 won in the market. With this forge, he could take trash items and put them inside. However, he needed to use 30 points from his system. Once done, the forge would do its job. But at this moment, he realized that the dagger he had put inside failed. Initially, he thought the dagger was too low level, so he put in another card, much superior to the previous one, to see if at least this could achieve a class upgrade. Now he hoped it would work because he stood to lose 100,000 won if it failed. At that moment, he placed the card inside, and minutes later, he heard the sound he didn't want to hear. The system showed that the equipment failed to upgrade its class. Thinking more deeply, he realized the problem might not lie with the materials, but rather with the forging altar itself. While contemplating this, he noticed something on the forge he hadn't seen before. A suffix. He then used his observation eyes and asked the system to identify what this forge was. When he used this ability, the system revealed the true nature of the forge. It was a trash forge. This meant that if you took an extremely trash weapon, one that you would throw away and put it into this forge, you could upgrade it to a superior classification or possibly even legendary. Realizing that this forge was specifically for trash items, he understood its connection to trash, just like the rewards his protagonist received from our beloved system, which were also mostly trash. At that moment, he approached the forge, understanding that trash was perfect for this forge, so he wouldn't feel sad about it. Now everything would basically be discarded inside it. a strange scenario where only trash could be successfully forged. He then basically wanted to try his luck to see if it would really work. So now, he placed a sword that was quite weak. Its level was level 1, and the damage it dealt was only 5. It was the weakest sword he had, which he got from the most random drop in the system. At that moment, he placed the weakest and most random sword he had on the forge. Then he started hammering on the sword, breaking it in half right away. But then the system announced that the forging he desired so much had somehow been a success. A sword that was level 1 ended up being upgraded to level 32. Its damage, which was 5, increased to 422, and to make it even better, it gained a new ability, the ability of darkness. However, our protagonist didn't even care about that. What mattered to him was the equipment itself, as he realized it was a unique piece of gear. The only material he used to forge this unique sword was a piece of trash. Additionally, aside from forging trash, it became a divine artifact. This time, he had truly obtained a great treasure. Now he realized that the trash equipment in his system could be used in the forge. At that moment, he even thought he was making infinite money, but money wasn't his focus yet. Instead, he grabbed the items in his system and placed them on the forge, hammering them one after the other. He managed to forge a bow, which ended up being a success. The bow's level was now 29, and its damage was 397. He then picked another item, placed it on the forge, and hammered it. Again, success. This time, a mantle reached level 30 and dealt 400 damage. But he didn't stop there. He grabbed yet another piece of equipment, placed it on the forge, and repeated the process. This time, it reached level 41 with 577 damage. He didn't stop forging. He kept going, item after item, until exhaustion finally caught up with him. Sitting down, he realized that all the trash equipment had been transformed into perfect weapons. Those that weren't trash became attribute bonuses for him. Looking at the storage box, he noticed he had forged many pieces of unique quality equipment. Standing still, the system popped up, announcing that he had reached level 1. At that moment, he realized that even standing still, he could gain levels by forging equipment. During the time he spent forging, he managed to leap from the initial stage, arguably the hardest, to earn an official title as an employee. Now, what remained for our protagonist was to figure out how to sell or transform these weapons into money using his new hunter license. The scene then shifted to him inside an office, discussing where he got those weapons he now had in hand. He reinforced what he had said before, that he was a collector. Even if he was only a level 1 collector, he wondered if he could collect items, but if he told the truth, that he had forged the equipment himself, it would only cause him more problems. Meanwhile, the sharp-toothed man assured him that, of course, there was nothing wrong with collecting. Collecting items didn't necessarily mean someone had a high level. However, the fact that he managed to bring high-level equipment to this auction was already perfect. He still had a few more pieces to auction. If the auction prices were adequate, he could earn some commissions. While saying this, he pulled some of the weapons the protagonist had forged from the system. At that moment, he used a tool to measure the equipment's level. He realized the protagonist had perfect and high-quality items. He invited him to a more prestigious room, a VIP room. The protagonist followed the path to the Platinum VIP room. While advancing, he accidentally bumped into a man who had just passed by. The man immediately asked if he was blind, unable to see someone as large as him walking by. Apologizing, the protagonist observed the silver-haired man. He dressed in such a common way that for him, he wasn't even an important guy deserving attention for daring to block his path. He wonders what kind of guild he was part of, then ends up saying, "Yi King, free hunter," which wasn't surprising, as he was just some random hunter. However, the guy then shows his guild, saying to Yi King that he belonged to one of the most powerful guilds, known as Tatos M. This guild practically only hires people with a very high physique and immense brute strength. In summary, they only hire people with the title of Baker. Looking at this, our protagonist realizes it might not be a good idea to mess with these guys. So, he ends up apologizing and moves on. But the guy draws a sword. saying that what he did wasn't worth an apology. He goes on to say that for coming in dressed like that, for bumping into him earlier, and for ignoring him and his guild, the protagonist would now have to face something dangerous. At this moment, our protagonist notices that this place is under the protection of some global guilds, so using any force here could lead to big trouble. The guy ends up telling him he's lucky, but that since he's just a scoundrel with a much lower rank than him, it would be better to leave. He then calls a guard, asking the guard to verify and expel our protagonist from the premises. While walking and talking about this, we observe someone inside watching the whole situation. He couldn't believe what was happening. He approaches our hero and asks what he was doing there, saying this wasn't a place where he should be, but rather that he should be entering a room called Platinum VIP. One of the guards didn't believe he had Platinum VIP access with him. Because of this, the guy who had messed with the protagonist ended up being expelled from the place. Meanwhile, the guard apologizes for the trouble that had just occurred. However, the hunter who caused the issue still wasn't willing to let it go. He says he is a free hunter, but he belongs to a powerful guild. As the guard holds him back, he makes some threats. But the guard states that this place is protected by some of the world's most powerful guilds, and if he does anything, his guild will be notified, which could lead to them never entering this auction again. Meanwhile, the observer, Dent Estudiantes, ends up telling our protagonist to take a better look at the auction. This place only has lower-level equipment, but in other areas he might find much better items. However, for Qing, the view was different from the other bystanders. He says he doesn't think the equipment here is trash, since for someone else, an item might seem worthless, but to him, it could be useful. Qing notes that because he doesn't have a forge, he can choose any low-level equipment and make it worthwhile. As he moves forward, the bystander admits Qing is right. The scene cuts to inside the auction, where we find some important old men saying that there are some rumors about a rather crazy auctioneer who decided to auction off everything he had there for his association. Another, who was curious, ends up saying that he was interested in this auction. He was looking for certain items that only he had. They also say that compared to the true auction professionals, they are now small fish. The professionals only go after those good items along with their teams of adventurers. Meanwhile, the protagonist was just watching these pieces of equipment being sold. He managed to sell one item for 317,000 on and another for 281,000 on. Now that he has so much money, he can simply do whatever he wants. But if, by any chance, his money runs out, he can just forge some equipment and put it up for sale here. Now the presenter asks everyone to be quiet because he wants to introduce the new rules. From now on, they will be putting up some items for auction, but the items will be identified. This means they could end up getting good items, but at the same time, they could also get very bad ones. And if they get bad items, they will not be able to return or exchange them. The main rule, you cannot refuse to pay the amount you stated. Then, the auction begins. He puts up a ring for 50,000 on. Looking at this ring, the protagonist realizes that this might actually be quite interesting. Up until now, he notices that the first items in the auction are usually warm-up pieces meant to attract everyone's attention, while the ones in the back are the rarest items. Either way, this would be a trap, and no one would fall for it. But since no one wanted it, he is now easing the situation. Now he starts wondering what would happen if he decided to participate. To get things started, he places a bid of 1 million. After this bid, we find that guy who messed with him earlier, saying that this guy just did something stupid by buying a broken item like this. Now, looking at that guy, everyone here realizes that the man up there might be quite rich. And for good reason, it's very likely that he has already examined all the items in this auction. And maybe the item he just bid 1 million on is actually quite interesting. Then, one of them raises a paddle, saying he will pay 1.1 million. Others, who didn't want to lose this bet, end up raising their bids as well, 1.4 million, until our protagonist bids 1.5 million. Seeing that the platinum bidder raised his hand again, everyone is surprised. Then he declares that, no, he will not let a platinum like him show off so much in an auction like this. He has to take action first. So, he starts by saying that he will pay 3 million right away. That is a bid that surely no one will match, until the protagonist says he will pay 4 million. The reason for raising the bid so much is that his bank balance has 79 million on. Even his friend realized that increasing the price by saying he would pay millions would be a waste of time. This ring is not worth that much, but he said no. He would not lose to platinum like the protagonist. Since last time, he underestimated the boy, and now that he also liked this ring, it must mean that it truly is of high quality. He couldn't let this slip away so easily, so he raised the bid to 5 million. 5 million for an unidentified piece of equipment. This guy was crazy. 5 million here would bankrupt a small team. After placing 5 million, they turn to the protagonist. He points his finger at him and asks, "And now, what are you going to do?" The price went up a lot, so he can't do anything else, until the protagonist smiles. Then he raises the bid to 10 million. 10 million left him speechless. With 10 million, he could create a mid-level hunting group. He hadn't even heard it properly. 10 million? Was this guy out of his mind? Then he turns to the auctioneer and asks if I wasn't making fun of him. He might have a VIP platinum ranking, but having that much money was just too crazy. So he ends up talking to a certain person, and in the end, he says that this was valid. He would be participating in the next auctions. Still, the people around were surprised since this guy here probably had more than 10 million in his account. That left everyone shocked. He, on the other hand, was completely frozen. He couldn't let a guy like him, acting so arrogantly, get away with it. The amount of disrespect was unbearable, and he couldn't just let it slide, especially since he himself was part of a very powerful clan and a high-ranking representative of it. There was no way he would allow a rogue hunter like that to trample over him. If that guy was stepping on him, he would do the same. So, he raised the bid to 10.5 million. The protagonist smiled, taking the auction even more seriously. He then declared that he would be paying 100 million. This left the other guy completely confused. He even fainted, unable to comprehend how someone could pay 100 million just like that. At that moment, he thought that maybe saying 100 million was a mistake, but he didn't care much about it. With that ring, he could easily make more than 100 million in cash. Then, he wondered whether he was really going to let a free hunter, as arrogant as that one, humiliate him in this way. 100 million, perhaps this was the most unique bid of the day, but now, he started thinking that he should have gone straight to 1 billion from the beginning, as this was an item the brat was so interested in. Why was he playing around with him like this? At the same time, he questioned why the guy was willing to pay such an absurd amount for such a weak ring. Maybe he thought that ring wasn't worth much. However, the way things looked, it seemed that the other guy wanted to pay such a high price just to humiliate the hunter who had previously humiliated him. But still, was this equipment really worth 100 million? This ring could make someone incredibly powerful. So, he decided to bid again. He now declared that he would be paying 200 million for that ring. As soon as he said that number, everyone was left speechless. This amount would certainly bankrupt a mid-tier group. After making this declaration, he turned to the protagonist and asked if he wasn't afraid to continue. Because if the protagonist wanted, he could keep going until they reached 1 billion. He would pay it all just to demonstrate the financial power that his massive guild commanded. The protagonist, however, realizing that it would be a waste of time, admitted defeat. The item was now his. Now that he had won, he wondered whether this guy dared to stand against him. After saying that, he turned to his companion, who was completely frozen, wondering how he could say something like that to the boss. His companion then replied that it was fine, since his analysis indicated that the ring was actually quite an important one of divine classification. Now that the winner had been decided, everyone was asked to give a round of applause for the buyer, Lang Chafin. But based on the fact that the artifact before them looked like junk, it was already a good idea to take it, since it could be reforged into something useful. However, as expected, they soon revealed a letter, which was supposed to be an iron-ornamented ring of L classification. Their eyes had not deceived them. He himself had already anticipated the evaluation results. Now the time had come to reveal the divine classification letter that everyone had been waiting for. After a brief wait, the truth was revealed. What was before them was a ring with a common appearance. Seeing this, he turned pale and was left speechless. A common appearance? That was not what he had expected at all. Then, he turned to the man responsible and accused him, saying that this was all Qing's fault. Besides, Qing had lured him into this atmosphere, making him spend 200 million on a mere level 1 ring. In the end, they would have to treat this as a minor mistake. However, according to the rules, as an internal representative of his group, within 24 hours, his group would be contacting the guild to collect the full amount. If he failed to pay, both he and his group would receive a penalty. One of these penalties would cost his guild an SUV. After all this, he was led to a certain place where he would be assigned a new class, the class of a garbage collector. Then, the guards escorted him out. He had no idea who he had messed with. Pointing at Qing, he demanded that he return. After all, the one who had done all of this to him was Qing. The other auctioneers around were left speechless. This guy had just destroyed an entire hunting group without shedding a single drop of blood. Before, his VIP platinum status was something others mocked him for. But now, it was a different story. The auctioneer then asked everyone to stop the conversation as they were moving on to the next auction. This time, the item up for bid was the Wild Transformation Necklace. This necklace allowed its user to transform, making them immune to all movement-restricting effects. Seeing it now, he realized that the Wild Transformation Necklace was perfect for Shu. It was as if it had been made specifically for her. So, he decided that he needed to bid on this small necklace. To begin, he called out the first bid. People whispered among themselves, already knowing that this was a trap. One of them remarked that he wouldn't be making any bids, as the last time he tried to mess with the protagonist, things didn't end well for him. Since no one was placing any bids, the auctioneer prepared to close the bidding. He even asked if there was anyone else interested. But then, another bidder spoke up. He was certainly no fool. This guy was definitely someone who worked at that auction. Still trembling, he wondered if there was no one else who would place a new bid. People understood that putting money here would basically be a waste of time. The protagonist would keep increasing the numbers infinitely. And now, the protagonist realizes that no one wants to challenge him with a bid here anymore. Maybe all of this is because of the last time. So, since there would be no one else to buy the necklace, he ends up more or less announcing that he, the Platinum VIP, can now buy an A-rank necklace. How cool! For just $1. The people below can't believe it. He was basically the smartest of them all. He paid $1 for such a good necklace. The guys realized that the necklace was indeed valuable, and they kind of regret not placing a bid too. But meanwhile, he receives a message. It was from the bank, saying that more money had entered his account. Now he has 180 million in his account. With that much money, he can finally start buying good things for himself. So, he leaves and ends up arriving at another place. In this place, people ask if he was crazy, since the location he finds himself in is the King of Buildings, a very expensive place. Here, the only building he could buy would be worth more than 100 million. Knowing that it's very likely this guy doesn't have the money for that, she ends up changing her option since nearby there was a much cheaper building. He could buy that one for 80 million. He could take a 30-year bank loan. It would be a struggle to pay, but for him, it would be worth it. However, he says he doesn't need a loan and will be paying for it himself. The girl is shocked and asks, "Seriously?" She wonders how someone who looks poor suddenly got 100 million out of nowhere. She, who has access to his account, had never seen that much money before. So she asks where he could possibly have gotten so much credit. But our protagonist keeps insisting that yes, he will pay 100 million up front in cash so she can believe him. However, before anything else, he just has one single request. He wants the preparations for this place he is buying to be completed and ready for him. Then the scene cuts to another moment, where we find the protagonist's friend and his sister walking around. They are speechless when they see that, while they used to live in a very poor place, They now find themselves in an extremely luxurious apartment, and this mansion was built specifically for the protagonist's sister. That way, if she were to transform into that bear, she wouldn't break anything anymore. And even if she did, she would be able to pay for it. She is stunned to see that the protagonist bought the mansion just for her. From today on, he will never let his sister suffer again. Then, her birthday begins. They sing "Happy Birthday" loudly. After singing, the protagonist's sister lies down from eating too much. But outside, on the mansion's rooftop, we find him sitting. Then, that hunter appears, and she is somewhat surprised to see that he changed his life overnight. Even though his life changed so suddenly, he doesn't feel truly happy. But ignoring that, she congratulates the protagonist on becoming a hunter. Today was also supposed to be a day for them to celebrate. But in the end, they find themselves in a situation filled only with sadness. They could have just forgotten everything for today. She hands the protagonist a necklace. This was her gift for him. As soon as he sees that stone, he remembers that he was the one who had given it to her. She comments that she is now returning it to him as a present. That stone she gave him, she had always used it as a lucky charm. Every time she entered a dungeon, she carried it as a charm for good luck, to help her defeat monsters and people. The world still sees the protagonist as a trash collector, but he is trying in every way to change people's perception of him. And the way he is trying to change it is through violence. Even he believes that direct action is much more effective than talking to people. Just staying alive in front of someone is enough to make them believe that he is a strong person. She can confirm that. She comments that what he just said was exactly what made her like the protagonist. After all, she has always been known in this world as someone who came from a very powerful family, but that's something she doesn't want. She only wants to be recognized for her own strength, not because of the strength of someone from her family. She continues, saying that the crystal he has isn't worth even a single cent, but she asks Qing not to give too much importance to what others say. To him, that crystal is worth more than $1 million. And in fact, what she says is absolutely true. In the end, money brings many good things. But still, he prefers to live that life that he leaves like that hot dog on the corner, but the money he just earned was quite a good thing, as with this money he can finally be building a guild. Since last time, she commented that for him to be able to create a guild, it was necessary to have a lot of money. And she really confirms this, that to really create a guild, it was necessary to have quite a lot of funds for such a thing. Our scene then cuts to another location. In this place, he was walking while carrying some trash. He complained about why the trash bins of these luxury apartments here were so far away. He even asks if rich people don't produce trash until he hears a voice asking if by chance he serves some kind of powerful guy from this place, and also if by chance they are obeying some rules. After all, there is a specific place where the owners can dispose of their trash, which is way in the back. Besides, if someone from this place here notices his presence walking around with that trash bag, they will realize that both of them here live the same life as those poor people. Then he said that he was not an employee. He was just a new owner of these new condominiums that were around here. His name is Qing. Then he extended his hand. But the guy who was eating a banana placed the banana in his hand. After that he left, since this place here is an area for the rich. Maybe he even thinks that this guy must be a servant, and since he was cleaning some things, he asked him to go to his house and clean the rest there, as he himself ended up making a bit of a mess. However, the protagonist, irritated with this whole situation, takes an orb from his hand and then throws it in the direction of that extra. He ends up kind of wondering what was happening and also starts asking for help. He was pulled backward at the same time. The protagonist said that this trash he placed in his hand did not belong to the protagonist, but rather belonged to him, and it was best for him to take it. Then, he was dragged backward on the ground. Now he wonders if this wasn't strange. A mere servant like him was humiliating him, a rich guy. Then, irritated by this, he tries to use an ability, but the system says that his ability will prevent the user in front of him from using even a single ability. Then, he said again, to take what he had just thrown into his hand, but he did not respond to his question and started getting more and more irritated. So he tries to use an ability to break this ability control of the protagonist, but it doesn't do much good, as the protagonist used a legendary class body control ability. Irritated by this, he wonders how this guy was able to be using so many legendary rank abilities. And to that, he responds that this ability came from a monster, and most likely, the monster he captured was of legendary rank, so with all certainty, this ability would be enough to defeat each one of these academies that are in this rich region. Lying on the ground, he starts to wonder if this guy might perhaps be a support for some kind of hunter group, as his strength was very high. But still, our protagonist had not finished saying what he wanted to say before. The thing was for him to pick up the trash that he threw away. Then, applying even more pressure, we see him saying that he won't be able to endure it anymore, so he will be picking up the trash. He throws it at the protagonist. After saying such a thing, we see him dismissing the guy. He puts the guy in the trash, and after doing all of this, he will be leaving. And at the same time, he realizes that even though he is in the rich region, he notices that problems arise at every moment. He even receives a message from his sister asking where he was. The place where they live now was very big. It was not possible to find the protagonist that quickly. Now, however, he comments that he will be going to his old house. Then, the next day, we see him totally happy, realizing that this place was the specific place where he should really live. But then, the property owner appears and says that he can no longer stay there, as some big shot showed up and bought the rent for that house, equivalent to 50 years of rent. The protagonist is even surprised by this big shot, right? Now, this whole place where he finds himself at the end belongs to the protagonist. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we find a guy commenting on the previous event, saying that he somehow made one of his employees pay 200 million and a certain item. But here's the thing, right? The auction can't do anything anymore. He bought it because he wanted to, and now he can't take it back. However, now he was looking for a certain person who also participated in the auction. He was searching for that guy, Qing. To do so, he reveals that Qing once appeared in the hunter classification exam and was ultimately promoted to a full-time licensed hunter. The last time as well, he ended up facing a certain guild where he encountered a well-known opponent called Caesar. But when they step inside, they soon realize that a battle took place there. The remnants of magic left behind were consistent, known as the magi, which the protagonist uses frequently. However, he also ended up earning the title of Special Hunter. These guys are some specific individuals who, in the end, are known as troublemakers because they are the ones who don't always follow certain rules. And those who don't follow rules are considered his enemies. Meanwhile, the other guy kind of tells him not to worry since he will be following the rules of the game he created. After all, in the end, they are the gods of this area. Well, our story soon continues with our protagonist arriving at the hall. When he arrives at the hunter's hall, he approaches the counter. At the counter now, he ends up giving this hint and only then reveals that he wants to create a hunting group. The woman who is going to see him soon wonders if he has the requirements to create a hunting group. He will need to pay at least a certain amount, 50 million wons. But he will need a hunting group business qualification, and the group he created will not have as much permission to enter many dungeons. However, the protagonist ends up saying that to at least create the guild, he is fine, since he has enough funds. And looking ahead, she points there now, since he really created a guild. She points in a direction, and we see that there are new players there. He could be reaching out to these new players and recruiting them for his group, since he will need at least 4 members to be able to activate his group. And at that moment, the screen shows a new group, a new hunter group that has just been created. The guys who were waiting to be hired wonder why he created one now. Besides, who is he joining this group of this new hunter who decided to create this guild? But before he can leave, she asks him to wait a bit, because the system has ended up evaluating that he may be creating a group, but the group will only have the option of becoming a recyclers, which means that he will be able to collect low-level resources. His team cannot yet be involved in other hunter businesses, but to be specific, his group would be like assistants for a group of old hunters. After all, He realizes that he has finally returned to his old origins, collecting trash. But there it is, right? He was going to leave until then that guy from before appears. He recognizes the protagonist as the guy who ended up collecting that trash from that mansion, but he asks if his name was Qing. Knowing his name, he asked him to stay there, because today he wouldn't be able to escape, because that stable he threw at him wasn't a good thing. He was humiliated, and to apologize, he wanted him to at least eat some things that weren't suspicious. And besides, that wasn't even enough to make him excuse himself. Looking back, he realized that this was Fang Xiong. He was one of Fang Tianning's sons, a guy who was quite well known in the world, and this guy was part of a group called the House of Heart. Because his father was quite well known, he ended up creating this group in a few days. In a few days, his group was already able to enter dungeons of quite high rank and have quite good resources for them, while the others who were being recruited ended up kind of ignoring Qing because they didn't want to mess with this Fang Tianning, because as mere hunters, messing with these guys would have no end or good attack. They continue talking, but our hero ends up saying that today he's just here to recruit some people for his team. He shouldn't bother, because this Fang Xiong shouldn't be worrying about our protagonist. He should be solving this elsewhere, but ignoring this, he gets angry. Solve it somewhere else? This was something he wouldn't let happen, since if he didn't bow down to him, he would be promising that he and his guild would become just those hunters who recycle for the rest of their lives. Or, better yet, if he doesn't want to apologize, he'll have his group disbanded right here. But our protagonist, on the other hand, ignores this because, to be honest, he doesn't even have much recycling value, which irritates him more and more. But his friends interrupt what he was going to try to do. They push him back. They couldn't continue with this, because it would be drawing too much attention. They could solve this thing a little later. They end up leaving. Until then, a hunter appeared asking Qing if he was hiring someone for his group. He then ends up asking them to let him in. As soon as he enters, we see the two of them talking. This was that guy over there, a Zotan, who had stayed close to him in his group, but his level was so low that he couldn't even cast a good buff on them. But now, ignoring that, our protagonist wonders if he failed to pass a certain exam. The melee fighters with the ability to crowd control, they would be in trouble if they were to enter a dungeon. He answers there that he had nothing else to do. He wanted to be in the protagonist's group. Before, he was in a hunting group, but the group was illegal. Knowing that the protagonist can kick his ass, he ends up saying that he will do everything to stay in the protagonist's group. And also, there is that, however, he ended up messing with that Fang Xiong family. And if by chance he wants help, it would be better to let him join his team. He, looking the other way, ends up thinking about something else. The dungeon they are going to enter was just to clean up trash, but looking the other way, they will be getting a lot of resources, especially because it is rank B. While thinking about how good it would be to continue with this mission, we see that arrogant guy there. He comments there that the guys were trying to get over him. He then, being a leader of a very powerful group, ends up hiring new people to join his group. As soon as he talks about it, several people from level 49 to level 50 approach him, wanting to join his group. The protagonist's friend looks away and realizes that what he was doing there was sucking money from his father. And at the same time, he thinks that these level 50 guys there were going blind because of the money he was offering. Joining his group, he comments there now that these guys who joined his group have good taste, unlike some trash. But while he was talking about it, one of the extras ends up looking in the direction up ahead, where he finds Leon. She was there on the bench. This girl would be interesting to be in the group, especially because many guilds are interested in hiring her for their group. But she ignores this, especially because she was curious to know who was the leader of a new group that had just been created. This group was made up of garbage collectors. And now, looking closer, he already recognizes her. She was that sorceress from before. But now, looking more closely, he can do something to try to hire her for his group. She, inside the monster hunter, managed to clear many monsters, and she was very strong. Having a little knowledge about her, he would try his luck in hiring her for his group. The protagonist, also confident, ends up asking, "Go there. Go on faith." He then goes there, but is interrupted by those guys there who end up kind of inviting her to join their group. The protagonist's friend realizes that he no longer has a chance. He wouldn't be able to hire her now. Knowing that he lost, he thought about leaving, but she ends up saying that she didn't want to join his group since her target wasn't them, leaving him totally confused. Why wouldn't she want to join one of the most prestigious guilds of all? Besides, she would be well paid. She is a very powerful sorceress, and he also doesn't understand why she would want to abandon this guild to join a group of trash. Ignoring everything he says, she approaches the protagonist and only then ends up saying that the name of their guild is something quite interesting. She liked it, the House of the Scavengers, and so she ends up asking him to let her join his group. She was a sorceress Ling, a mage classification. The protagonist, on the other hand, ends up agreeing, so he ends up welcoming her, since the House of the Scavengers ends up accepting her. She then grabs his hand and ends up being a little shy, but the protagonist, knowing that she might be hungry, ends up inviting her to eat something. But the scene cuts to them, still seeing the counter there. Qing wanted to be taking her first mission. So taking the first mission, we see him sitting in a corner there, just looking at the mission I'll be doing today. Sitting there, he is surprised. She refused the proposal to join his guild. The extra behind even thinks that this girl has some problems in her mind, but they end up being interrupted by someone asking them to get out of the way. They turn around angrily but quickly change their face. They are surprised and then end up shouting. This guy, he recognizes him. He then passes by those two and goes towards the protagonist's group. Qing, who was eating something there, ends up recognizing him. This is the man who kills his teammates. Without a name, he is definitely a bad luck for the team. Whoever joins his team, most likely everyone would die, but Qing ends up trusting that he won't, especially because he approached the protagonist and ends up recognizing him as having a guild. They still had some scores to settle. The protagonist says, on the other hand, that their group from home was recruiting new people, so Qing invites this guy to join his guild. After hearing this, the latter wonders if he was even interested in joining his guild. He still wonders if he has the courage or would dare to put him on his team right away. There is something here that also motivated our protagonist to want this guy in the group. His luck is very low, which means very ridiculous drops. While trying to hire the protagonist, we then see another one there commenting that this guy with an unknown name, no one wants to have him in the group. But that group of trash hunters over there ends up wanting him. While he was talking badly about his back, we see the protagonist commenting that his lucky physique has been reduced, and maybe this can make items drop even more. He, on the other hand, doesn't know very well, especially because he earns his living by completing missions for specific clients. And counting on the fact that the reward of the mission he just completed there makes him quite rich, he will be doing this mission. And also, he never even stopped to look at the items dropped by the monsters. They can be good items or very bad items. For the protagonist, this was wonderful. He ends up kind of confirming it, and so he extends his hand and ends up inviting him to join his team again, since not letting him join his team would be a very high talent being thrown away. After all, the more trash the recruitment is, the stronger our protagonist can be forging that forge of his. But as soon as he hires him for his team, the people from that other guild start laughing, finding it funny, and this, perhaps, was also part of the name of their guild, Garbage Collector. They simply collect those that nobody wants. Meanwhile, we see him commenting there that his guild will be swallowed by the abyss. But Qing cannot be dying by the abyss and will have to die by his own hand. He will have to participate, otherwise something bad could happen to the protagonist's group. However, on the other hand, he decides to say that in the abyss, no one will be dying. Despite his luck being basically zero, he realizes that this guy was very strong. In dungeons of quite high ranking, he and a group ended up entering, but in the end, only he managed to return. But looking at it from the other side, maybe this Qing is strong, but now looking more closely, we realize that this Qing is only recruiting those who are considered fools. He simply decided to abandon his best team to join this trash team. And currently, his team ended up recruiting Ling and the guy with the unknown name Zhu Tang, and with one more now missing, will be completing their team now. And only then could they have the license house to be able to enter the dungeon. But there, time passes. The afternoon finally arrives. Meanwhile, they sit around thinking about what they should do, until the protagonist's friend opens his mouth saying that their fame isn't very big. She answers that of course not, and that was the reason why those two were very weak, and that was getting in the way. But she appears there in the background laughing at the protagonist. His time to form the team is running out, and he has no one else who can join the group. So that means that all the effort he put in today here will be wasted, and now that he couldn't create this group, he will be punished, since from today on he can't basically become a hunting group leader. But even if he takes away his hunting license, he will be putting a restriction on him. So Ye King had better repent and apologize. But Ye King interrupted him, saying that he already has basically everyone on his team, enough people, which makes him confused. And so he reveals, there is only a weak guy named Tang here. On the other hand, there is the silly woman who joined his group, Leon. The one who is considered the most unlucky is the one who is let into the group, known more as the nameless guy and counting on the protagonist Ye King. There are only 4 people, but he decides to say that there are only 5. But at the moment he says that there are 5, someone appears in the background apologizing that she ended up getting stuck in the abyss, but luckily she didn't die. Now she's here, but whatever. Now she wants to introduce herself, and thus everyone recognizes her. This was Ling Yang. But behind someone's back, he calls for his leader and realizes that the World Guild had a very high protector for his team. But now they have changed their view, especially because now in their group there is Ling Huang, who has a lower rank in his family, and in terms of status, she is quite powerful. But his leader ends up commenting that she was quite powerful and quite recognized, someone quite powerful from other guilds who most likely should have hired her a long time ago. So, knowing all this, it is very likely that he knows the answer, since she, Ling Huang, most likely ended up being a rebel in the family and ended up receiving some kind of punishment. Now, she can't have any more resources from her family, which doesn't allow her to have the proper training. So, he doesn't understand why she wants to join that group of that trash, but he probably asks if this Ye King is really strong. But the leader, on the other hand, answers that no, this guy must be using some dirty tricks. But he also changes direction, but he also changes the subject, saying that the scavengers from their group haven't shown up yet. So he ends up kind of wondering what happened. He told her not to worry. Their group of scavengers will most likely show up around here since they're entering A-rank dungeons. But the receptionist congratulates the protagonist for having formed and established a guild and for having achieved this. Then the Rosehof server regions may be accepting the workers' commission as a team. And the protagonist approaches the counter and ends up saying that he will be accepting the proposal, since they could be becoming responsible for cleaning the dungeon that the Heart Hunter group will be cleaning. He thought about wanting to do it, but the leader of the other group thought otherwise. He was a pretty weak guy. How dare he want to have the honor of wanting to join his group? But Ye King decided to answer this question anyway. The garbage collector doesn't need to worry about the dungeon level, because they will only be clearing the dungeons. They won't fight any monsters, and he would only be registering. So, he ends up opening the registration. The girl ends up agreeing that they will both now be participating in the Heart Group's cleanup, that they will be participating in the A-rank cleanup mission. Of course, he moved the albums in every way, the protagonist in his group, but he ended up remembering he will be an elixir collector. Since he will be an elixir collector, he was supposed to collect the perfect garbage. He will be leaving the worst garbage for himself. On the other hand, the protagonist will be accepting his offer. After the hunter leaves, he approaches his group. One of them wonders if he is becoming a workhorse for them, but he says no, because what he was doing was simple. He wanted to enter certain high-ranking dungeons. The best way to do that is to become a scavenger, even a scavenger. He might be able to reach a high rank, but most importantly, he wasn't even a scavenger. His main mission was to get the key to the Black Tower, drawing the group's attention. To do that, they went into a corner here. since the guild's intelligence shows that the key to the Black Tower existed. This is basically a certain abyss mission, because the guild that ended up being placed to invade this abyss ended up receiving a very high proposal, and the profit from that was quite high. However, the key to the Black Tower is the ticket so that you can challenge the Black Tower. Challengers receive rewards based on of the damn things you complete. Managing to complete all the floors, you get everything you want, even portions that can revive those people who died in the abyss. There was a sure thing. She knows that countless hunters have tried to get this key to the Black Tower, but unfortunately in the whole world, only a few people have managed to get their hands on this key. But by getting this key, these people have managed to become very powerful like her brother and sister. But at this moment, he appears, asking a question. If he can overcome all the abyss there, he will perhaps be able to make a wish. That was if he could become powerful. But they reveal that to become strong, it was based on strength itself. Sad about this, the protagonist is happy, because now in front of him was the opportunity to get the key to the Black Tower, and anyway, that group from that guild will be his shield, and so they have enough time to look for that key, making everyone in his group happy, even because the protagonist's plan was quite naive, but it was quite good. At first, the protagonist thought about going to that dungeon himself, but his guild is new, and they can't hire enough people for their guilds. And as a result, everything here now, what happened was unexpected, but the scene changes to them in the portal. From the portal, we see the protagonist's friend leaving. He is happy because he was able to see the sky. It is the first time he has seen an abyss like this, as an adventurer who has no name, or this type of dungeon. The reason was that there are a lot of them there, while Qing turns to the two of them and wonders if by chance they were both dressed like this in the middle of this dungeon. They agree. But in the meantime, we see this adventurer who, in the end, doesn't like this type of dungeon, even because he has to walk a lot to find a single opponent. But the other ends up saying that, in the middle of all this, they couldn't find anything. But the most surprising thing is that this dungeon is classified A. However, they didn't find even a single monster or living soul in this place, but there was something strange. All this time, too, they felt a flock of birds circling above them. It even seems like these birds were attacking them. With this curiosity, the archer then uses his eye, which ended up observing more closely who these birds were. In themselves, they were the monsters that flew over there, so she alerts the group, since these birds were not some birds, as this was considered as prey. And at this moment that he spoke about this, everyone starts to go crazy, starts to run here and there. Meanwhile, they turn to the group of garbage collectors and wonder if by chance they were not afraid. The King answers, "No. These monsters only grab you and throw you from very high heights. Besides, this monster can't do anything. So," he comments, "if by chance he gets caught, no one here will be helping him then." But for having responded in this way, other hunters ended up mocking them. They were some garbage collectors. They couldn't even let them die here, however. While he was saying this, the raptors went towards him. They used their shield to defend themselves. Meanwhile, another tried to knock him down with the arrow, but it was no use because one of these raptors ended up grabbing the archer, being carried up. We see the warrior who then tried to jump as fast as possible to catch him, but it was no use. The raptors lifted him too quickly. But behind us, we see a person from the protagonist's group who saw all this. She uses a fireball that ends up managing to knock down that raptor, but this ended up causing both of them to fall to the ground. She is disappointed. She even thought that this group only had elite people, but now, looking closer, it seemed like just a bunch of weaklings. But the archer ends up blaming King for all this since it was his fault. But King realizes that this guy was a master in opposition. He blamed others for his own mistakes. While King gave moral in the face of these extras, we see the raptors flying towards the protagonist. If he was going to catch him, but the tank didn't want to allow it, but the archer asks him not to even get involved with them, he could be dying. But King looks looks at him coldly. The birds then quickly stops. This was because the protagonist in extremely fast movement managed to cut the raptors, fall to the ground. The tanks and the archer doesn't believe how he managed to do that. Did she die because of that trash? The archer doesn't believe it. He even thinks that this is a dream. But one of them wasn't alive. This thing that was still alive gets up and goes towards the archer. Knowing that he could get screwed a little, he screams for help. And the king appears and ends up knocking that thing to the ground. After that, King asks him to shut up. Rapinis are very sensitive. They are very sensitive to sounds. If by chance he continues screaming like that, he will be attracting much more attention from the monsters, but the fight continued. The stronger ones managed to deal with the weaker rapines. The tank and the mage did the same thing. Both rapines were knocked down, but they did not stop coming. Others ended up hearing a noise from far away. This caught his attention. After disappearing from there, we then see him, the leader, angry with the warriors of his group. He just asks that these guys get rid of his group, since their group will not allow this kind of failure in their team. Meanwhile, we see Qing, and his group worried about a person there, since he was making a lot of noise. They all went towards him. Although they did not do much damage, it was very dangerous, since there were many raptors in his direction. But she ends up saying that, although this type of monster is not very strong, they prioritize attacking hunters who make a lot of noise, like wizards or bards, who need to sing very loudly to activate their magic. He is scared by this. Our 10 out of 10 singer has already shut up, because he will not sing here. But then we see the wizard of the other group happy to see that these raptors were afraid of his group, until out of nowhere he starts to feel the ground shaking. They do not understand what it was. And to that, she responds that the Aerie weren't afraid of him, and they were afraid because there was a very powerful opponent, and guess what? This monster was coming towards them, and the scene changes to the distance there, where we find several monsters running. These were practically some orcs that decided to come towards them, and a gigantic amount. In the background, we see the leader pointing there and saying that they needed to protect themselves, because what was coming towards them was the company of orcs, so he needed the tanks and the healers and the shield to stay there in front. Because he has a very good profession as a commander, he is able to give orders to 20 people in his group. So this time he wants to demonstrate the real power he has in his group, for these garbage collectors to see how powerful he is. Watching all this, we see them totally bored, but the orcs are getting closer and closer. However, before they can stand still, watching this orc being defeated, the leader advances, asking the group to do the same. As he advances, he manages to cut off the head of one of the orcs. Now that he has managed to break the orc's defense, he asks his final group to attack and destroy the rest. While the fight is happening, and the king just watches, he realizes that the orcs are not very powerful, so their squadron managed to deal with these monsters. However, she ends up asking them to fight, at least force them a little, while he asks them to relax. But out of nowhere, one of the monsters that was thrown towards him reappears. He falls in front of him, but gets up to try something, but the king, with just one petal, managed to send this monster to another world. He gets angry, especially because those guys did it on purpose. Looking back, he is still surprised to see that those guys were still alive. And since they were alive, he asked them to come here and collect the trash right away. Once he collects and ends up getting some items that aren't that interesting, and we see there the effect of that unlucky guy in his group affecting the drops. The drops fell there, they were of low quality. He realizes that these low-quality items will be given to the trash collectors like them, but the best ones will be caught by those there, the group that is cleaning this dungeon. And look at this, that the item this time was more than terrible. The classification of this item was classified as gray color. The King, on the other hand, only sees profit in this. He told him to get these items, since these items there were more than perfect for him. But the leader, while cleaning the dungeon, realized that the items that dropped, not even a purple classified item, or another classification dropped, only trash dropped for them, like gray classified items. And, incredibly enough, this was more than abnormal. It seems that not even the monsters, not even they can deal critical damage to anyone. It seems that that guy's bad luck there, and even the equipment he equipped with some effects wasn't happening. But the human strength of the monsters didn't seem to have its original strength. It seems that there's something strange here. Furthermore, monsters are intelligent, and when they encounter hunters who are facing their territories, they advance in their direction. But the last time our protagonist met that dark elf, he ended up feeling something strange happening to him. It also seems that some monsters can also communicate in the same way in some other languages. However, one points in his direction and notices a shadow of monsters. These monsters were communicating. Realizing this, the leader asks the tank to get ready and the healer to heal him, and at this moment, he advances towards one of the orcs and takes down one, but it still wasn't enough. They needed to take down others and, oddly enough, they managed to do this. But something appears behind the archer. What appeared were some orcs that dug deep into the ground there to be able to cross them and get him from behind. They then advanced towards the group of hunters. But they had some nets, and these nets were enough to catch the two hunters. The guy there realizes that they were in danger behind them, but they needed to make their way in front. The leader ends up asking him to take care of those behind him. He will be taking care of those in front. As he advances, he asks that the garbage collectors be located there. It would be better for the garbage collectors to die first than him. They are in the net, and he ends up catching some things. This was like a signal. He throws it up in the air, and smoke appears, drawing the orcs' attention. This then ends up guiding them to the protagonist's group, which of course was there at the top of that mountain. The orcs didn't understand anything about what was happening. But quickly then, they turned around and realized they're at the top of the mountain. They there with their shining eyes, they realized that up there was easy prey. Our story here continues from the last page where it left off, and we find those orcs who found our protagonist up there on that mountain, only able to see below while running. As he ran, our singer 10 out of 10 noticed that something was approaching. Those monsters were the ones who had escaped from that group of monsters ahead. But she, putting her hand in the fire, ended up saying that no, those there were basically drawn here because of some people. From the beginning, they basically never had the chance to show their true strength, so it was time to show their true power. However, someone appears in the background and just asks her not to do anything for now. After all, they basically needed to save their magical powers and health points because it was unnecessary to use their powers recklessly. So, he would take care of it. The girl then wonders if she couldn't at least use her magical powers as well. Looking to the other side, he notices that a group of orcs was basically leading them into a trap. So they should test the main strength of the hunter's heart. With that objective, he ends up commenting that the monsters in the rear were for him. Our protagonist would have no difficulty with them. Among the four there, our protagonist decides to jump. Jumping, he ends up falling. And at that moment, the monsters point upwards, saying that he was approaching. But the moment he got closer, one of the nets they threw ends up catching our protagonist. Thinking they had caught him, they run to grab that net once and for all. But at the moment they thought they had caught our hero, he appears behind one of the orcs, which ends up catching the attention of each one of them. However, they didn't react very quickly because our protagonist manages to strike a blow, throwing one of them backward. But other orcs appear behind and go towards our hero. Before they could catch him, he manages to dodge at the last moment, and as soon as he dodges, he draws his system sword and jumps down. After he makes those cuts, the girl from before ends up recognizing that he has gotten stronger in recent days. Moreover, his sword cuts have become increasingly faster, and she can't even see his movements anymore. In the fight, our protagonist was fighting seriously. The monsters that came toward him were dying one by one, but others appeared with the goal of capturing our hero. However, none of that worked because our protagonist managed to make some cuts, slicing the monsters that got close to him. After taking down one, we find that one of the orcs realizes his strength was very strong. Staying there to fight against this was impossible, so he opts to retreat. As he retreated, we find those LC hunters laughing at the lit scavengers. At this moment, it was very likely that they managed to kill each one of the lit scavengers, but thanks to their sacrifice, They could fight here in peace. But while thinking about this, we find some of the orcs running toward them. They can't believe it and wonder if this was a joke, as the orcs end up deciding to come back. They then use their bows to try to defend themselves, but nothing works because the monsters manage to surround them, and a very epic battle begins. We can't see much because a lot of dust rises there. As he suspected, these orcs seem to be a little smarter. They attacked the weaker people first, but upon discovering that the weak were strong, they retreated to find other weak targets, because the strong ones were for later. In the end, he ends up thinking that these monsters have a certain level of intelligence. Meanwhile, back to the main fight, the guy is startled because he saw the size of the other one's club, and it hit him squarely. The one who just got knocked down was the tank, which surprises them because now with the tank down, they can barely fight. So they end up blaming everything on the healer. On the other hand, the healer didn't even notice the change in the atmosphere, let alone his life, which had dropped to 0. After a while, in the smoke, a shadow appears, and then a foot. Here we find a very strong orc, and on top of the orc is an orc mage. But there weren't just a few orcs. There were several of them. Looking at this, he realizes that the level of these orcs was much higher. It was as if they were 2 levels above the difficulty that had been set. So he asks the team to reorganize and maintain the previous formation. As he turns around, he gets a surprise. He sees that the rear had been cut off by the group of invading orcs, and now they are surrounded by the monsters. The invading orcs were just bait from the beginning. At this moment, lightning bolts begin to come out from the middle of the smoke. The lightning strikes one of the orcs advancing from behind. At this moment, after hitting one of the orcs' eyes, we find a person in front. This was that hunter from before who jumps and manages to knock down one of the orcs in front. While knocking him down with an extremely powerful aura, he just starts to laugh. Then he says that he is not afraid of big things, including this monster, because in the face of his titanic power, these monsters here were just some trash. This inflates the ego of the monsters a bit, knowing that he was more powerful than these orcs. He then advances toward them and asks them to. The moment he advanced, the superior orc prepared his punch. Only then did he attack. The hunter managed to block it slightly, but the orc's strength was far greater than his, which caused him to be thrown backward onto the ground. Now standing up, he realized that this monster was not weak at all. On the contrary, it was incredibly strong. However, he was soon surprised again when the orc suddenly appeared right in front of him, lifted his foot back, and then landed a direct hit on the hunter's face. With a single strike, the hunter was thrown against the wall behind him, falling to the ground unconscious while his group called out for their leader. Meanwhile, one of the men commented that they needed some support. Upon hearing this, everyone advanced toward the superior orc, as their objective was to protect the group's leader. For a few minutes, they managed to hold their ground and even took down some of the orcs. Knowing that they could take down at least one of them, the archer shot an arrow and demanded that these creatures just die already. However, something strange happened. The orc, struck by the arrow, became even more furious. At that moment, the orc activated his berserk mode and lightning began to shoot from his eyes. He charged toward the archer and managed to grab him. The archer thought that this might be the end for him. But then, looking back, they noticed that the other fallen orcs were starting to swell up. Realizing it was no longer safe to remain there, they quickly deduced that these orcs were being controlled by some kind of necromancer ability. As soon as they pointed this out, all the downed orcs suddenly exploded. Knowing they couldn't continue the fight, the hunter ordered the group to throw smoke bombs to lure the enemy to another location. Escape was now their priority. Realizing the corpses of these monsters could turn into bombs, he turned around and warned the others to be careful. He then spotted one of the fallen orcs nearby. Before anything else could happen, he used his recycling ability. From the void, ghostly hands appeared, dragging the orc's body into his dimensional space. Meanwhile, he continued to use his necromancy. As he did, the scene shifted to another location, where the entire group observed their leader's ability in action. Even the strongest among them, rated 10 out of 10, was surprised. Another girl also seemed shocked, But what stood out most was the reaction of the sand-wielding man from before. He was astounded by the new ability their hero had displayed. However, there was no time to discuss these powers. The leader needed to use his recycling ability again and required more orcs. Through the thick smoke, he sensed the presence of other individuals. Initially, he had planned to search for useful items, but the sudden appearance of these figures interrupted him. He called out to the Scavenger, asking them to obey his commands since this was a rare and valuable opportunity. It was simple. He wanted to take advantage of the moment. Confident, he proposed that they write a brilliant report, stating that the A-rank mission was a success and highlighting how the Scavenger had helped defeat these powerful monsters. Such a report could greatly enhance their clan's reputation. On the other hand, he mused aloud that working as a garbage collector wasn't so bad. More importantly, there were reports he wanted to file later. Yet for now, he remarked that their protagonist, who once sought only peace and teamwork, had finally reached the perfect moment. With a smirk, he sincerely invited them to join the Hunter's Heart as a cooperative hunter group. As he winked at them, some found his gesture a bit unsettling. But before anything else could happen, they needed to stall for time. Smoke bombs filled the air, distracting the orcs while the exhausted hunters regrouped. It became clear that facing these high-level monsters head-on wasn't a viable option. One of them commented that there was no need to fight the leader directly to advance. Instead, they could simply avoid battle by finding a way around. For him, this approach seemed easy enough. After all, these guys weren't unbeatable. They will be attacking them again, so he keeps saying that he has hated those idiot garbage collectors from the beginning. Then he just asks to lead them to the current beast that was weakened, and it doesn't matter if that R happens to be dead, because their father was basically the boss and would be the one held responsible for it. He finds it incredibly amazing while his eyes start to shine. The deal was amazing. But meanwhile, our 10 out of 10 singer thinks he has a pretty interesting hunch about it. Besides, he clearly realizes that if they go there, it is very likely they will be used as cannon fodder. They are being treated as if they were nothing, and if they go there, it is likely they will die. Another one comments that Q was exterminated with the same kind of team effort before, so they would set up another trap for them. The other opportunity ends up agreeing with our protagonist, even more so because fighting these monsters would be good, like good for training. And he couldn't miss that opportunity. So, at that moment, he ends up asking what they thought of his proposal. They should treat him the same way as an A-rank hunter group, and to sweeten the deal, they would keep a good portion for themselves during the final agreement. At this moment, everyone in his group ends up thinking they should accept it. On the other hand, our 10-10 singer says they shouldn't accept it. It was a trap, and he goes on to say that they were worthy, and he would basically be helping them if needed. Besides, they couldn't refuse. The girl behind just stays happy, but our protagonist ends up asking for some time because they need to talk a little. There, he realizes that that idiot Fashion Yong basically had some intentions against him, and his goal from the beginning was to outshine him. Knowing all this, his friend ends up asking if he really wants to join them and thinks it's true. So he hands him a small shield, asking him to use it because this shield will save him in critical moments. When he sees this shield, he is completely speechless because it is the legendary shield. As soon as she sees the legendary shield, the other one also asks where he got it. He ends up saying that it was a bit of saving up, but even so, he can't hold a shield like that because if it breaks, he won't be able to pay for its repair. But our protagonist simply says that if it breaks, just throw it away. He has another one to give him. Turning forward, he comments that she has a certain level of medical skill since a knight like her should have some medical knowledge. But she, on the other hand, ends up affirming that, yes, she knows a little, but she doesn't have much healing ability, although her healing spells should be one of the main abilities of a knight. But he interrupts her. He is decided, because right now, she will be the babysitter. She asks why, because she has always been in the abyss alone, and never served as a babysitter. However, the important thing now is that this time, she needs to be the group's babysitter to protect the weaker members. Besides, she is the only class shifter among them, and her ability to protect others is the greatest, so she has the duty to protect each one of them. However, she calls out to our hero, but on the other hand, she ends up saying that she won't need her help because she wasn't that weak. Again, he asks for her help to protect the others, and she just agrees because she needed to improve her healing ability a little more. However, Ronald, the 10-10 singer, lost the shield, and he ends up commenting to her that she has fire abilities and can defend herself from those bomb oxen. He doesn't even have 5 seconds to dodge those bomb corpses. How is he supposed to protect himself now without that legendary shield she took? With the shield, she can get close and roast each of those monsters. Meanwhile, he turns around, and that sand guy he met earlier inside that cave was touching his nose while wondering what he was looking at. He wasn't going to die anyway. He didn't even want to give him some items, but he asked to forget about it and fight the way he wanted. So now they move forward because the rest is simply his next objective, and his objective was very simple. His objective was to wipe out those OR regardless, without the help of the Heart Hunters. The Heart Hunter would be staying behind as rear guard, so there was no need to worry. If help was needed, he would go there to protect them. He simply ignores everything and advances through the smoke. Entering the smoke, he wonders if these scavengers were really that stupid. Now that everyone was gone, they simply shouldn't be hanging around anymore. They should be running as fast as possible. After all, they needed to get out of here. Otherwise, once their squad was eliminated and the ORCKs were coming after them, everyone in their group would be finished. As they ran toward another location, they all agreed, saying that those idiots were still hanging around. So, he told them to come at him. The furious orcs end up charging at our protagonist, and in the middle of that smoke, explosions start happening. Right after those explosions, the orcs from all directions fall to the ground, completely taken down, and there in the middle stood our protagonist. Meanwhile, stronger orcs and the main, most powerful orc, along with the orc mage, were there, surprised by the strength of this newcomer. While they were babbling about something, our protagonist didn't understand anything. So, he asked the system to translate everything they were saying, and the system picked up their conversation, translating the orc mage's voice. The orc mage commented that they were too foolish. The Orc clan had basically been entrusted by the heavens to guard the Emperor's Valley, so anyone who dared to invade their territory was meant to die right there. And at that moment, as he spoke, he activated magic, making the orcs furious while controlling the minds of the other ORCKs. Our 10 out of 10 singer was surprised by the sheer power this orc had, because to control the minds of so many orcs, his strength had to be extremely high. So he knew he should be a little concerned about that. But while he was thinking about it, hidden behind a rock, he noticed one of the orcs bringing over a stained axe. He realized the axe was enormous, and then the orc handed that axe to the superior orc. Meanwhile, our 10 out of 10 singer noticed something else: the health of these monsters. How were they supposed to gain the upper hand against these beasts? While thinking about this, he turned around and realized that indeed they had been used as cannon fodder. The others simply ran away, leaving them there to fight against these powerful monsters. Trapped there without any help, those hunters asked our protagonist what he was going to do. Our protagonist said he needed the remains of the bodies because he needed to absorb their power. As soon as he said this, he added that he was going to cut off their heads to clear the surroundings. After saying that, he advanced. However, our protagonist hadn't finished talking yet. He called for everyone, and after calling them, he asked them not to leave a single monster alive. Then one of them told him to relax, as she would be handling the rear guard, while the other one promised to show her firepower and turn those monsters to ashes. Upon hearing this, our hero advanced toward them with his great sword. Everything seemed incredible until he found the 10-10 singer hiding behind a rock, realizing that it was actually a good thing. And so our story today continues right after our protagonist called his entire group to be fighting against these monsters in front of him, or rather against these orcs, and at the moment he says he was going to fight the orcs. The orcs decide to act first, so they grab their swords and everything they have in their hands and start running towards them. But the one who also thinks about acting was our who uses his sword that he had here, at this moment that those orcs are going to be grabbing. Our protagonist and his group simply makes a cut and knocks down 3 orcs right away. Thinking that everything was over, he is happy, until another orc suddenly reappears right there next to him. He is fine, because he knew that nothing would happen to him. And with that said, our protagonist appears and knocks down this orc that was going towards him. After he knocks him down, he tells him to take care of the smaller orcs, because the bigger ones should be left for our protagonist. Who hears this, ends up not liking things so much, because he ends up looking in another direction and finds our hero running towards the strongest orc, and at the moment he faces this orc, we see the two preparing to catch our protagonist. They would then use a magical power, but while he was doing all this, behind him we find the protagonist, the rest of our protagonist's group, our 10 out of 10 singer who was just cheering for him. But while he was cheering, something started to happen underground, and this caught his attention. So he turns around and realizes that the monsters were all coming out from underground, and they would be catching our 10-10 singer. So as not to be caught right away, he uses one of his abilities. These are 2 chains that come out from behind him, and only after he leaves, that chain goes towards the orcs who were running towards him, and the moment he finds the orcs, those chains tie them up now that he tied them up. We see our 10-10 singer celebrating, especially because he realized that his singing ability was improving more and more, but she asks him to look away. However, they ask who was she saying that to, but he doesn't have time to react, especially because she uses a fire ability, and when she catches him, she points in his direction. Very likely that she saw it before, and very likely that she also saw that our 10-10 singer was close to the monsters, but on the other hand, she ends up saying that the boss said before that he needed to eliminate the monsters, otherwise, the bodies of these monsters would be exploding, and for him, very likely that wasn't very good either. Furthermore, he deserved it, because he ended up not letting her touch his shield before. But again, other orcs appear, and he even wonders if these orcs are becoming moles, because every minute one of these creatures appears. At this point, he didn't know what he could be doing. Then, the other hunter appeared and jumped on top of the hill and went towards this orc. As soon as she went towards him, she landed. At the moment she landed, we saw her staring at this orc while using her fire ability. She knew something. Maybe these orcs liked to dig. If she liked it so much, she would perform a miracle for them. She knew something. Maybe all these holes were connected. So what would happen? If she set fire to one of these holes. That's how it's done, by setting fire, and several orcs that were inside end up being roasted a little. After everything was done, we saw our 10 out of 10 singer understanding that the bomb here was not even the monsters, but rather her. But since it was over, we saw her celebrating, saying that they did a very good thing. However, they were still very weak, so they needed to stay behind her because she would be protecting them from powerful monsters. What our 10-10 singer and tall girl understands quite well, however, while she was distracted, some of the orcs appear from behind, but before anything can happen to her, she uses her ice ability, and the moment she uses it, the orcs that were about to grab her end up frozen now. It is very likely that these orcs will no longer be exploding, and what makes her 2 companions there understand that she is the best of all. However, she turns in another direction looking for Qing, and so she then moves to another location, and we find that orc, a little stronger, who raised his axe upwards while that mage above him used some buffs. However, at that moment that he hit the ground, a 100% power attack ability ended up increasing. He realizes that the damage of this axe is extremely high, but nevertheless he realized that it is very slow. This will give him a very high advantage. He realizes that if he were caught by one of these abilities, he would die, but it would be difficult. So if he does, then as long as he dodges everything, he would be able to win, leaving the orcs completely surprised. But out of nowhere, some of the orcs that were buried underground appear, and these orcs go towards our protagonist. However, before he can get to him, he then uses his Necromancer ability. This ends up completely disappearing the orcs that were all there. Above that mutant orc, there appears the orc mage, who is quite surprised by what our protagonist has just done here. Now that he has spread some trash, he is irritated by it. Now, he wanted to be Ispu, purging each monster, and these monsters will be sucked into his dimension. As soon as he was sucked in, the orc mage is more surprised than ever, but out of nowhere an explosion happens, and it was on top of that mutant orc. And from afar in the portal, we then find those hunters from before who were laughing at our protagonist. It means that now it is very likely that the group there was dead. While he was talking about this, the scene goes back to them. Here we find that orc mage, who is now just a stump. Nothing much left. Knowing that he was no longer useful, this supreme orc ends up grabbing him and simply swallows him without even thinking about what could happen, leaving our Iking completely surprised. He is even surprised to realize that he devoured his companion just to gain a power boost. While he was talking about this, we see him gaining some more power than normal. He became increasingly furious, entering a Basaka mode. After all this, he understands that the mage there was not controlling his power. Instead, he was limiting his real power. Now he understands the real power of this orc, and now he activates his Omega mode. And here the scene goes back. We find some of the orcs completely incinerated. Meanwhile, we find her there, healing her hand, because she used a little of her fire, which ended up burning a little of her hand. She thanks him while he extends his sword and shouts for that monster to go away. While he was shouting, he asks for help from who ends up commenting that he can't even deal with a monster like that, which makes him totally angry. Until he looks back, he finds a bunch of gigantic monster defeated. And at this moment that we talk about this, he gets closer and closer, saying that that strange guy over there was still alive. However, he interrupts everything and comments there so that he can help them in a support to be able to kill the orcs easier and faster. And then he reveals that yes, he is helping, not to stay by his side, to be fighting against them, because even because his curse makes any kind of scratch, he receives a fatal blow. Her healing would most likely not be enough to be healing the things that are happening to his companions. What she understands in the end is that she is basically useless, not even good enough to be a babysitter, but in the end he comments that he joined this group just to fill the number. And he also asks her not to forget. He is not a hunter and is in fact a professional mercenary. While saying these things, one of the orcs goes towards him, but he uses his greatsword that with just one simple movement he manages to knock down this orc. And only after he knocks him down does he comment there that each monster killed is charged separately. While he is charging at them, the scene changes to another location, and there we find our protagonist again facing the more than superior orc now activated in Omega mode. He tries to land his blows on our protagonist, but all the blows end up being wrong because he managed to dodge them all. However, stepping on the ground, he realizes that he has been caught in a type of sand that moves and limits his movements. Realizing that he cannot move around here, he sees the presence of that superior orc coming towards him, standing there. He just tries to think what he could do, but he watched every minute that orc getting closer to him. With no way out, he must be using gravity to improve his movement ability. And only after he says that, he forms a sphere in his hand, and that sphere ends up flying in another direction, pushing our protagonist off the ground, and the moment he leaves there, that giant axe falls to the ground, destroying the entire place completely. Dodging just one attack, he realizes that these attacks can be easily avoided as long as he is not on the ground. Here he climbs on top of a hill. On top of the hill, he comments there that he cannot be letting that monster continue. He has to be stronger than that and be more aggressive. Then activating the system's ability, and at that moment he becomes stronger. As soon as he activates this ability, he jumps towards the orc. And as soon as he jumped, we only see the shadow behind him, and our protagonist minutes later gets close to him, but the orc realizes this faster than the protagonist. So he grabs his axe and throws a blow in his direction, but the boy is also smart and fast. He manages to dodge at that last moment. As soon as he jumped to the side, he managed to think that now it was all over. He could be delivering a final blow, especially since he managed to inflict a blow on the palm of this monster's hand. However, all that he was thinking, the orc, on the other hand, prepares another move with his other hand that was completely unharmed. As soon as he prepared that move, he goes towards our protagonist. But in order not to be caught, he uses his gravity ability, pushing our hero a little to the side, managing to dodge another attack from him. Now that he is closer than ever to this monster here as our orc, he ends up thinking about hitting him, and just thinking wouldn't do it. So he grabs his sword and manages to strike. The blow was quite powerful, because we find the damage there later. Well, he made a small scratch on his back, but that scratch he managed to land on that orc ends up closing up. He realizes that this monster is able to regenerate, and realizing that he had managed to regenerate, we then see the orc preparing to strike our protagonist. He was standing in the air, and standing in the air he couldn't do anything else, but to dodge that blow, he uses the perfect defense. But the damage from the attack is overwhelming. So the damage can't be completely nullified. The user will be taking 30% of the damage. The sword hits him. What we then see the sword cracking, and after it cracked, it breaks into pieces. Our protagonist just watched the pieces of the sword falling in front of him. However, the impact was so strong enough to throw our hero there against the wall behind the mountains. Then on the mountain, we find our hero. The system appears again. After appearing, he comments that, because he was hit by the debuff, the invasion will be disabled. The movement ability will also be disabled. And at the point where he fell to the ground, he knew he couldn't do anything else. He would only be devoured or maybe killed by this orc. However, he knew he couldn't die for now. So, he uses the recycling ability, Here Now. He knew he needed to find a way to escape, and at this point, he uses those hands of his from the system to dig the hole, to escape from here first. He then, before he can escape, uses that card from the previous post, that with this card, he can be recovering from the damage he received and also recover the amount of blood he lost in this fight. While recovering all this, we then see from behind that orc running towards him as fast as possible. But using the system ability, he can be escaping faster and faster from the monster. However, he still used the healing ability. Every minute he healed a little bit. Once he had healed enough, he stopped, and only then turned around with his ability. As soon as he turned around, he came face to face with this monster, and the monster then prepared a move with its axe. However, before he could be caught by this, he used that ability from the wolf card. The system appeared saying that he had used the movement speed. With this ability, he managed to land a few blows on the monster's leg, causing the monster to lose its balance a little and fall. But while he was falling from behind, we found our protagonist preparing a powerful blow with his daggers, and only after he prepared it, he landed the blow, cutting this monster again from the back. Only now, he managed to deal 75% damage to it. However, for being able to do such a thing as this, the monster became a little more irritated with our protagonist, even because our protagonist, on the other hand, noticed that his life points had dropped significantly. He knew that if he continued with this method, he would be able to finish off this boss even faster than he was thinking. But there is our question, however, if our dear Qing will be able to kill this boss here. Unfortunately, we will be finding out all of this in a next part, because our video today will be coming to an end. But before I can go, leave a comment below with what you thought of these new chapters. Will our Qing be able to do anything against this monster? I don't know about that. But before I can go, leave your like below and also, if possible, subscribe to the channel. But I think I'm going to go there. Maybe I'll see you there. I'll only see you now in a next part.